start with opportunity for public comment this morning.
Point of information, Madam Chair.
Yes.
What time do we have the room till today?
I don't know the answer to that. Mr. Krause?
I don't think there's any rush. I'm sure if we're out by 5, it won't be an issue.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Shade, you'll be first with us this morning. Thank you. Can we get more light? Get some air.
Good morning, everyone. First, I just wanted to say, as the chair of LNC Massachusetts, thank you all for coming to Boston and being here in our space. We're very happy to have you, and we look forward to working with you continued in the future. And that's something really important when we think about it, is we think about the future and what's going to happen with the Libertarian Party. There's some discussion today about events that have been happening in other affiliates in other states, and what we're seeing is that the LNC is considering taking action outside of its own bylaws against a group. And this has dire consequences to other affiliates. I know of at least 10 affiliates having discussions about disaffiliating from National because of the actions being discussed here today. Affiliates need to trust that National is going to do the right thing and follow their own bylaws when it comes to affiliates and how they handle situations. We need to know that you have the best interest of the party in mind with what you're doing, but that you're also following your own rules. And today's discussion goes against the rules that you have in place already, things that you've already discussed. I know we're at a point in this party where there have been extremely egregious things from other affiliates that have not had this kind of discussion or action being considered. And I feel, and I hope you understand how I and other people would feel, that the inaction of at least a statement against those kinds of behaviors from this body, that silence is almost acceptance. And we've seen different affiliates and different groups of people do things that are anti-ethical to libertarian ideas and values, that go against our statement of principles and our core beliefs of anti-violence. But you're not talking about that today. So we have to understand where you're coming from, but I also want to ask you, why pick and choose when to lead? Why aren't you leading all the time on all of these issues? Why are we picking and choosing based on factional ideas instead of libertarian core principles and values? That is a problem that we are looking at today. As a libertarian, my biggest belief is that all human beings deserve to be free. Every person in this world deserves to be free, as long as they're not hurting others. And I don't believe there's a single person in this room who would disagree with that statement. Yet, we find ourselves in situations where harm is being done to people and groups of people, and we look the other way. And we cannot continue to do that. We must ask our leadership to lead all of the time when these things are happening. All of the time, not just when it suits your agenda. What I would ask of you today is to follow your own bylaws, to end this discussion, and to move forward with the party and move forward with positive messaging and positive interactions with the public so we can continue to grow liberty for all human beings. The revolution started in Boston many years ago when this nation was founded. And here you are in Boston having the opportunity to lead a revolution of liberty for all people. And I would encourage you each to think about that and take that position today. Lead a revolution of liberty for all libertarians and all people in this country. And remember that actions have consequences. And if you do things that are outside of your scope, the affiliates are watching. And weaponizing a tool that is supposed to not be weaponized is very dangerous precedent. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being here. Welcome to Boston.
Anyone else who needs to be recognized for public comment? Mr. Sheets? You're next. Yes. And please, when you speak, tell us your name and where you're from.
Good morning, everyone. For those of you who don't know, I'm Steve Sheets, I'm the immediate past chair of Pennsylvania. This past year, we elected more libertarians than the rest of the nation combined. We did that with a process, a ballot access process called the Moulton Maneuver. And back early in June, and I'm just going to give some background first. Back early in June, I had made a donation to National for ballot access. And then I asked the Ballot Access Committee if they would help us with the Moulton Maneuver and help us increase our reach. Well, a question was asked, what does that have to do with ballot access? And rather than argue about it, I just asked Robert if he would refund me my $1,500 donation. And I took that money and the money that I promised to Alabama and put it into the Moulton Maneuver. And together with other donors and volunteers, we had amazing success in Pennsylvania. And that's what that's about. Now, the question was raised earlier, about trust and affiliate trust. I, being at the time, immediate past chair, we see what happens at National. We're part of CiviCRM, and I was one of its biggest advocates. I was a donor to it, and I really liked the idea. I really liked what was going on with it. Today, it's kind of a backdoor disaffiliation vote. There's going to be a vote taken to withhold resources from a state affiliate. And I'm wondering right now, and a lot of other affiliates are wondering right now, at what point will National decide to withhold resources from, say, Pennsylvania, and for what reason? The last time we had this discussion, it was determined that Delaware did not violate its bylaws. It's what it is. Everybody agreed on that. You can
Is that true? Order! It's not your turn.
Everybody agreed on that in this committee, and that's that. You can shake your head, but it's true. Now, again, what does it take? This discussion right now is causing affiliates to distrust what's happening in National. And that's sad. I don't want to be distrustful of the people in National. Most of the people on this committee I consider my friends. And I respect each and every one of you for what you guys do. You come out and you spend your time, you spend your money, and you make things happen as best you can with what you have. It's great. And I appreciate it. And instead of leaving on a down note, I want to say one other thing. I'm a lifetime member of this party, and I became a lifetime member of this party for several reasons. One of the main reasons was so that I wouldn't rage quit, when people did something that aggravated me. Instead, what it was kind of a motivation for me to step up, take charge, and do something when it needs to be done. That to me is the meaning behind a lifetime membership in this party. And I encourage everybody who is not a lifetime member to become one. Thank you. Have a great night.
Can we put individual limits on 3 minutes on public comment and extend it by 5 minutes?
I would object with this one, please.
That is true. So there were not limits set. I extended the time this morning already because I anticipated more people, so that's why it was 20 minutes.
Thank you.
However, I did not note that it was a 3-minute limit and on the actual agenda, but I do appreciate that.
Thank you.
Please, and tell us your name.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's good to see everybody. My name is Amy LaFleur. I'm the Vice Chair of the Libertarian Party of Delaware. I'll speak with you very briefly this morning, but I certainly appreciate that you would spend some time with us later in the day on your agenda. What I want to do with you this morning is 3 things. I want to first take the opportunity to eliminate the term technically correct from your vocabulary today, because as Mr. Sheets has alluded to, there is some misconception that there was not a violation of our bylaws, of our articles in Delaware, and certainly of Roberts, and that is the furthest thing from the truth. So that's the first thing I want to do. The second thing I want to do is I want to tell you what the membership has done so far, so that you can see that we are acting in Delaware. We are acting locally. We are not just coming to the LNC to say, throw our hands up and say, there's nothing we can do. The third thing I want to do is I want to tell you a little bit about our members, so that you can see the people that you need to look in their face, and you need to be able to live with your decisions today. So the first thing, this issue of being technically correct. We've given you 50 pages of evidence, so the LNC is better positioned than anyone to know that there are egregious violations of bylaws and of Roberts. We cited those throughout those documents. We also cited them in one page. There's a one-page summary. It's page 1 of a document you received for the first time on October 7th. It is called Summary of Violations. Please, prior to our discussion today, take a look at that. There is a misnomer that things were done technically correct, but even your own parliamentarian was able to correct some of that for you on November 21st. Second thing I want to let you know is what the membership has been up to. The membership has petitioned you, the LNC, and primarily that petition was made of dues-paying members. They petitioned you to recognize the duly elected chair. That's not requesting an action, that's requesting you to tell the truth, and you failed to do it. So you have an opportunity today to reconcile with those members. Members have also petitioned the chair. Mr. Hines is here. They have asked him to take measures to investigate the egregious behaviors of these 5 parties. You know them by their names are in your packet. I don't feel the need to read them out to you today. The members have also, in 2 out of our 3 counties, passed resolutions to condemn the behavior of these individuals. And the investigatory and the disciplinary process is already underway. So we're taking steps in Delaware, but the decision you have today really has to do more with the members who you represent that live in Delaware. They're a little bit faceless because you've only maybe dealt with a couple of us. But the people that you told were not worthy of party participation because you seem to be in agreement with Mr. McVeigh that 2,000 libertarians can be kicked out of the party. I want to tell you very briefly a little bit about them. Some of them are here with us today. There are people who lost their jobs during COVID to lockdowns and to mandates, and they came looking for a party that would represent them. There are veterans, some of them here today as well, who came back from war and sought a party that would support them while they sought to end additional wars. They've been rejected by this fake LPD, and frankly by this LNC. There are people who work in their communities every day, both associated with the LPD, but also out of the kindness of their hearts. They give back, they serve their communities. You have told them that they're not good enough for participation in your party. So I am before you today to remind you of 3 things. There are egregious violations of bylaws. You have only to look at that one page. Our membership has taken every action possible in Delaware. We don't come to you without having done our due diligence. And third, the members you have permitted the rejection of, they deserve a second go at this. They deserve for you to reconsider and at a bare minimum to level the playing field and to permit a convention so that their voice can be heard. Thank you for your time, and I will be available all day during breaks if anybody does want to chat a little bit more about this. Thank you for the time.
Anyone else seeking to be recognized for public comment? Ms. Marlowe.
Okay. I wanted to address some of the comments I'm certainly not one to accuse the LNC, minus a few examples of good leadership. There was a lot of words said and a lot of vague accusations against people, which I thought we decided already was violence and fraud, but no, that's okay here. Saying that people violated the statement of principles. I'd like to hear specific examples of that because, again, I thought that was an inexcusable offense. Yeah, I think there's the lack of statements is unacceptable. The lack of statements against starting to purge members from Delaware is unacceptable. The lack of statement against a purge that's just started in Massachusetts, and I happened to meet the young lady who's an immigrant, by the way, is the nicest young lady, is unacceptable. That kind of witch hunts that are going on in this party are absolutely unacceptable. The thought policing that has happened. Yes, we need to trust that National will do the right thing. And they utterly failed to do that in the 21st, and they have the opportunity to do that now. It's absolutely ridiculous to claim that simply recognizing the board that was duly elected at convention is interfering. If so, you interfere 51 times a year, each time you change who your contact is. There is something in law called a strong rebuttal presumption. The people who are elected at convention should be presumed to be the rightful board until someone can prove otherwise. The burden of proof is not on them, it's on the contender. And the fact that statements were made that they were technically correct, I am proud to have helped them prepare that summary of violations. They didn't do one thing correct. I don't even know how anyone in the world could say that. What was done to Delaware is fraud. While you guys are worried about mean tweets, their property was stolen. Members were disenfranchised. And on the 21st, you had an abortion of a meeting of 5.5 hours in which you did absolutely nothing while LNC members passed to see how the wind would blow before they would decide how to vote. Well, I stand with Delaware. I would have done it if I was still here, and if y'all had removed me for standing for Delaware like you did for New Hampshire, I would do it proudly. Because now we all see what would happen with New Hampshire if I didn't speak out. It is pretty frickin' obvious now. Do the right thing now. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I've got a little motion there. Thank you. My name is Dave Casey. I am the duly elected chair of Newcastle County of Delaware and a board member of the Libertarian Party of Delaware. I was elected just 5 short months ago. No one ran against me, and since becoming the chair, we've had record fundraising, we've had record membership, and just an overall good vibe. So 3 of us were allegedly booted from the party at the time of the record membership, record fundraising. And I just wanted to say really quickly, since no one asked during the 5-hour call that I was wish that I could have participated in, but couldn't make a comment, couldn't speak. So thank you for the 3 minutes. I really do appreciate that. But I think if you were seeking the truth during that call, that you would have wanted to speak to me for even 60 seconds, and Bill too, because when Will got 30 minutes to lay out the case, no one questioned him when he said, "Yeah, Bill's incompetent. We had to kick him out." How about some examples of that? That's an egregious charge against a guy who was, again, no one ran against him because he was that popular and well-liked within the party. Dr. Amy Lepore, dangerous Dr. Amy Lepore was booted from the party. She won handedly against the former chair of Newcastle County, 2-time Senate candidate. I know change is scary, and I know that there are factional divides here. But for the record, if you don't know, I don't know everybody here. I know some of you, and I know that you're not going to give me the time of day because of the caucus that I'm affiliated with. But for everybody else who might be on the fence, I'm willing to work with everybody. Everybody who is, man, it's so easy. The non-aggression principle is really easy. We don't need to talk about much else. So please, put the factional stuff away for a little bit if you possibly can. Deal with people in good faith. I'm here. I'll talk to anybody today. If you want to talk to me later, get my number, get my email, but this is not okay. This is, if you want the future of this party to be healthy, and again, I don't care what your cultural persuasions are, not even a little bit. I'll want to work with all of you, but this won't stand. So we're still going to work. So I hope we can work this out, but it will work itself out because there's something happening here, and the energy's good, and we're going to keep rolling with it. So thanks for your consideration. I appreciate it.
All right. My name is Jeremy Thompson. I am the Operations Director of the Libertarian Party of Massachusetts. I am also the chair of the Libertarian Party of Greater Boston. I'm not only extremely delighted within those titles to welcome you all to Boston, but as a Bostonian, I'm here to say I'm glad you are all here to witness our greatness in our own city. I'm glad you're all here to be in Boston, and I'm happy, I'm so delighted to be hosting the LNC today. Before I get to the meat of what I want to say, I'm going to share some important Bostonian history. Look, that's important. It was here where the Boston Revolution began. It was here where thousands of Bostonians almost destroyed the city after the death of Martin Luther King. It was here where Malcolm X ran his first church. Here where we are now fighting the state to be compassionate to the homeless. Here where freedom has a major opportunity to flourish as many counties share across the United States. It is my pleasure not only to welcome you again to a city dedicated to persistent activism and change for a better future for generations to come. However, some time ago, my mom saw some tweets from official affiliates that let off a dog whistle in her ear that she let ring to my family, and that they let ring to the community. It is important that we get a hold on how that whistle rings in everyone's ear. My mother lived through busing, and she was there to hug me once I got back from DC after getting arrested for voting rights around the country. But it wasn't until she saw such statements that she told me to be careful with my involvement in the LP. She didn't tell me to be careful when I risked arrest, but it was clear here that when there were statements, specific racial statements, released by LPNH, that set off an image of the same burning flash cans thrown at her bus during busing, and I couldn't ignore that, so as many of you have already seen, I released my press release. I also find it very interesting that statements get reduced to just mean tweets when we are literally having members called the N-word. When we are literally having members like myself on Twitter calling monkey suit wearers as black libertarians. I find it really funny that you aren't willing, Karen Ann, to condemn those things, and you are willing to explicitly endorse them. I find that so funny, because we are a party that has 93% white men. We are not a party of diversity. We are not a party of inclusion like we are supposed to be. We are not a party that expresses the same liberty for the ones who need it most. And when we need allyship, no one is by our side. When we are called monkey suit wearers, their statements are endorsed because it's seen as punishment against them for those statements, as just them punished for mean tweets, not the harassment it is. That is very interesting and very telling of where this party is headed. I find it very funny that it's very interesting, right? Because our image is supposed to be associated with those same burning trash cans thrown at school buses. It's almost as if our image is supposed to be associated with white hoods. It's almost as if that's okay. How could that ever be okay? It's a genuine question, and I hope it sits with you. Before I end, I want to end on a quick spoken word piece, and I hope this sits with you. Towering hundreds of feet above me, an open flame in her hand, to Lady Liberty I ask, what does liberty mean to you? Because when I look to my left, I notice it looks like obedience to the tyranny of the majority, fake advocacy for the suffering of minorities, and oppression ever growing along with the state's boundaries. And when I look to my right, I see liberty means consistent corporate bailouts, complacency in the suffering of minorities, law and order when the laws are out of it, and the list goes on. But when I look forward, I see a flame hungrily burning at the end of an ever-growing tunnel, the few and the proud marching towards its heat after called crazy, leaving the tundra of statism, warming their frostbitten toes and fingers to bring the flame of liberty to the majority, but they're the crazy ones, though. Watching the world repeat its history consistently, and each and every time what we always said was needed was more liberty. But I guess this is why they say foresight is such a situation, you see, because we speak of a future so many things, such as for an entity. I get it. So as she towers hundreds of feet above me in open flame in her hand, to Lady Liberty I ask, what does liberty mean to you? And so as that message sits with you, I want you to think long and hard about how our official affiliates define what liberty looks like. Because what it looks like to me is our elected candidates such as Jordan Evans, Wade Hasty, and Ashley Shade, trailblazing pathways to freedom within their communities, working inside those same communities. Again, images of flaming trash cans, white hoods, and burning crosses should never be associated with the LP. That is not us, nor can it ever be us, so act like it. And as I leave the stage, I want to reiterate, what does liberty look like to you? Again, to the LNC, I urge you to condemn the actions of affiliates who associate liberty through action. I urge you not to just make statements. I urge you not to just make those simple platitudes. It's not enough. We need action. Inaction only serves the oppressors, never the oppressed. Period. Thank you. Enjoy your time in Boston. Love each and every one.
Thank you. We are continuing our business this morning with the adoption of the budget. 2022. Pardon me?
Is there still room for public comment?
No, time has expired. There will be this afternoon. All right, so moving into the adoption of the budget for 2022. As I understand it, we are starting with our 230 minutes because yesterday's didn't count as executive session.
Are you sure? I'm sorry, point of order.
Are you privileged? Can you magnify that?
Certainly.
And it's point of order.
Okay, we're going.
I think, we were discussing a topic of the budget. We just entered into executive session. I do think that time would count against our time.
The time while we were in executive session?
Yes, because it was still on that topic and we were on that agenda item.
Motion.
Okay.
We're out of time.
Move to extend time for 2 hours.
There you go.
For 2 hours.
Then we spent 2 hours in executive session.
Okay, we have a motion to extend time for 2 hours, bringing it to 6 hours. And it's been seconded. Any objection to extending the budget discussion by 2 hours? All right, we will extend the budget discussion by 2 hours. So, 350 minutes. Okay, start talking. Mr. Hagan.
So we have a motion to be able to start talking on this. I move that we adopt the budget that was submitted by, the draft budget as submitted by the executive committee. It's on the screen now with the revenues.
I'm sorry, is there not an option for more light in here?
It's on the wall over there. There's an
Spotlight ours.
To be able to see.
Right.
It's just, yeah. It wasn't this dark yesterday.
Madam Chair, I have a point of personal privilege. As the timekeeper, yes, we moved to extend 2 hours. I am under the assumption that the agreement there was that we did 2 hours yesterday and that we are still at 3 hours that I'm keeping track of. Is that correct?
Okay. That is fair, if that's the reason that you guys did it.
That's the reason I just want to make sure. Thank you.
And I know we're libertarians, but we don't have to use all that time.
We cannot, we absolutely not.
Madam Chair.
Anyway, Mr. Hagan, yes.
4 minutes. Can I put the point of order over?
No.
Thank you.
This was the difference between today and yesterday.
Okay.
All the lights are on. Anything else would have to be windows, but that may not be valid.
Mr. Hagan, you were in the middle of something. I apologize for interrupting you.
No problem. This budget has total revenues of $2,359,600. Broken down as shown on the column that's highlighted in light blue. Has a total cost of support revenue of $652,800. Total program expenses of $1,750,435. We'll note that restricted funds we have available from the legal fund and also the building fund. We can take out $42,385 to offset the deficit in this budget. So the total, like unrestricted, consider cash deficit is $1,249. And these numbers for the budget on this sheet developed from the next sheet, which is account detail sheet. So it'll be easier if we want to look at that sheet and do any changes there, they'll be reflected onto the budget sheet. And one thing I would like to note, compensation has come up, increase. That's the stuff, the salary plus benefits and taxes paid for the employees. We have shifted some of the contractors to be as staff, and that's roughly broken down to of that 800,000, that 300,000 is for administration and operations, 300,000 is for development and stewardship, and 200,000 is for communications and activism. Although it's the way staff works, they don't really fit into these niches, because like a lot of them help out on LP News, a lot of them will be helping out and charging to the convention. So that's just like a general categories of work of their major duties. And if we want to go through everything on the detailed, or if members would want to start offering amendments.
So you moved the budget, right?
Right.
I'll second it.
The budget as presented on the list, what everyone has already seen, has been moved and seconded. Are there any objections to the adoption of the budget?
Objection.
As I expect. All right, Mr. Higgins already sort of summarized some things for you. Mr. Longstreet?
Madam Chair, it's my understanding, as a member of XCOM, that when this budget was presented to us, there were caps in place that are put in place by our policy manual, and as a result, there are some rather conservative revenue estimates that are out there from staff that are lower than what they are on our proposed budget. If that is the case, I would like, if the body would allow, Mr. Harris or Mr. Sisto or both or you to share where we think there is more opportunity in revenue streams that XCOM could not consider.
With the body's indulgence, I would like to hear from Mr. Harris on that.
Yeah, your understanding, Mr. Longstrap, is correct. The policy manual imposes a cap not on what this committee can pass, but on what the executive committee can present to it. And much of the discussion revolved around ensuring that revenue was low enough to comport with that cap. Some areas where I think revenue is extremely conservative in the way that it is presented in this budget. I'll highlight to the best I can in the order that they appear in the lines. The first one would be recurring gifts, which is budgeted for next year at $600,000. That is a budget line based on $50,000 a month in monthly pledge revenue across 12 months. We are already at and slightly exceeding $50,000 in pledge revenue. That's on a trajectory of upward growth that has been pretty remarkable across the past year, but also slow and steady growth for probably the past 2 years has been the trend there. Pledge revenue being flat across the next.
Mr. Harris?
Yeah.
Mr. Morgan has a question about something you just said.
Yes.
As you go through these line items, can you give us a reasonable number that you would suggest it be amended to as well? I mean, because just noting that it can be increased
Right.
doesn't give a feel for, is it $10 or $10,000 or $100,000? What is it?
Right. So, what I can do is give you a really rough feeling of what I think is reasonable. Had I been prepared to field it, I could have maybe dug in with
Sorry.
Robert and we could have come up with estimates more based around data. But I think that what that 600,000 represents would be zero pledge growth. I think that's not a reasonable expectation based on that. It could easily be 10% higher, I think, without it would be 10% higher would still be conservative, but would I think be reasonable. So that could easily be 660,000 rather than 600,000. I know, and perhaps somebody, or the minutes from that executive session, or somebody who participated in it can refresh on what the prior numbers were, or maybe Robert, you may have the former draft. On the next line that I'm moving to, which is convention revenue. I know both convention revenues and expenses were adjusted from what the COC had proposed. And those adjustments, as far as I understand it, were based solely on meeting the policy manual requirement. Reverting back to their proposal would return that estimation to a cash positive situation. I think our COC expects to make money on the convention. Ms. Adams can probably elaborate.
Yeah, I would love to speak to that. Not only did the COC expect to make money on that convention, but this LNC approved a COC budget that was then altered by the EC without LNC approval in violation to adjust for this to begin with. So that entire situation absolutely needs to be readdressed and revisited.
And I think addressing that, if I'm not mistaken, would have the effect of increasing revenue.
It absolutely will.
Project program revenue is another line.
So, Ms. Adams, do you or someone in the room know what the 300,000 should be?
If you'll revert back, every LNC member got a proposed convention budget. I can also resend it to you. It'll take me a second to pull it up.
I believe
But
Mr.
Richard can
Hagan's
send it to
saying
everyone.
he has the number.
And that's the proposed budget that this LNC approved without modification several months ago.
So the revenue line on that budget is what should go.
That's where it should be.
Aaron, if I may,
Yeah, Eric.
I have the,
Hang on a second.
Oh, pardon.
Mr. Hagan.
Actually, Mr. Rossap, I was just going to probably repeat the numbers that you're about to say.
correct. So we have a total budget expense of $316,800, and sorry, I'm scrolling here. And an assumed income of $340,000.
Madam Chair, would it be appropriate at this moment to move to make that amendment just to get it done and out of the way? Then I would make that motion.
Second.
Did you hear that? I know you're not. Can you actually explicitly state what you're doing?
To change the convention revenue line to $340,000 and the convention expense line to $316,300.
As a point of information, the convention revenue line is 4200-10.
Could you speak up, please?
Yeah, I'm sorry. As a point of information, the convention revenue line is 4200-10. What was the expense line that you were calling? Convention.
Sums up to 35.
So convention general is 7200-10.
Give me 1 second.
Mr. Hagan?
yeah, convention expenses are in 7200-10 and 7200-15. It's divided between general and travel and food and beverage.
No, that's right.
So I don't know if we have broke out, we just put percentage-wise, what it divided up percentage-wise, how it had been in the past.
Okay, so can I get one at a time, the numbers that are being, the line numbers that are being increased and the numbers being increased too?
Because
Can
they
you
are.
provide that information?
Well, because they are split, I will split the numbers for you, from so the food and beverage line, we currently have at 100,000. And the remainder would be 216,800 as far as the expense lines.
So when you're saying a remainder, is that the new number or is that the number we're adding to it?
Because on the budget, the convention expenses have been delineated at -10 as general and -15 as food and beverage. I gave you the numbers that.
So one is -10, the other is
So
Correct.
-10 is being increased to $100,000.
Other way.
no,
Okay.
Actually, it's a reduction.
-10 becomes 216,800.
Okay.
-15 becomes 100.
I will second that amendment to the amendment.
And that covers the entire change,
That
316,800 to
covers-
340.
I mean, ish.
-15 becomes what?
-15.
100.
Yes.
Is that?
Yeah, if you look at line 7200-20, there's another expenditure attributed to convention that is not our expenditure. That is stuff that I don't even know where it's coming from. Apparently it's for the items the convention has refused to pay for, like flowers and placards, and I can show you statistical data and our invoices that shows that we do pay for those things. That line that's there should not be being attributed to us. It is not our expenditure. Convention Oversight Committee is invoiced for staff time, for flowers, for placards, anything that the office acquires, and we pay those out as they go out of the other line. So that's a false line.
Is Ms. Adams saying that needs to be 0?
Correct.
Yes.
Well,
Have we
Okay,
done those with this one?
so, yes, so we're in the
So
middle
many-
of another motion that has been seconded, so let's make the adjustment, that's already proposed. Are there any objections to the two changes, 7200-10, 7200-15?
Madam Chair, if we can entertain Robert Kraus, I believe he has his hand up on this.
He wants to address the additional.
No.
And that's
On
gonna be a
this
whole other long
specific thing?
conversation.
Okay. On the motion that we have right now, not what Ms. Adams just said last.
No, what Ms. Adams just said last.
Okay, then hang on to it.
Point of inquiry?
Yes.
We're also changing the revenue line in this motion, are we not?
Correct.
Yeah.
Point of order. Kevin. What has happened is, Mr. Hagan proposed a budget, Ms. Adams moved to amend the budget, Mr. Roundset is moving to amend Ms. Adams' proposal. We are voting on the amendment on the expense lines only
Okay.
before we get to the other. That
Thank
is
you.
my understanding, is that
And
correct?
the only one I heard seconded was his amendment.
Yeah, so that is not what I have understood. And
There's a lot of crosstalk, that's why.
want me to read what I've understood and we can
Please.
fix that? Okay. My understanding was that you were correcting what Ms. Phillips was saying, so I have Mr. Phillips move to amend the budget to change line 7200-15 to $216,800 and line 7200-10, sorry, that's what it says. 7200-10 to $216,800, and line 7200-15 to $100,000. Motion received a second. That is currently what I have.
That is what I understand.
Point of order. Mr. Phillips, is that what you proposed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, was I wrong? I thought that you proposed increasing the revenue line and an expense line.
Oh, that is correct.
So that
Actually, I
is
did.
not what he proposed.
That is correct. I'm sorry, he is correct. I did say we should amend both the revenue and the expense.
So we just need to add in that part and then we'll be.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
please state it for the record.
In addition to what he said, increase the convention revenue line to $340,000, which is 4200-10. Correct.
4200-10, and what was the dollar amount?
$340,000.
Alright, want me to read it?
And you seconded it.
I did second.
You want me to
Please.
read what I have now?
Yes,
Just
please.
okay, Mr. Phillips moved to amend the budget to change line 7200-10 to $216,800 and 7200-15 to $100,000 and line 4200-10 to $340,000. Motion received, a second. Okay.
Are there any objections to amending the budget as stated? Hearing no objections, the proposed budget is amended. Thank you. Which one was first? You was. Okay, Longstreet.
Based on what we just heard from the convention committee chair, I'm going to move that we zero line 7200-20 convention fundraising expenses, as they do not believe that it is relevant to the convention budget.
I second that.
Ms. Adams already, someone asked to hear from Mr. Cross on that. Any
Here's
objections?
the
to hearing
second
from
on Mr. Longstreth's motion.
Okay.
I second.
Any objections to hearing from Mr. Cross in response to that? Mr. Cross?
Okay, so in the past, that is not considered part of quote unquote the convention. That's separate convention fundraising general expenses. And what that amount in 2018 represented was the donation cards, the donation envelopes, things related to the fundraising at the banquet, which
So
has
that
never
is a-
been considered part of actual convention expenses. It's a separate area. It doesn't matter, it'll be paid for one way or the other. It'll come out development, out the house fundraising, it'll come out of regular convention expenses if the COC, which in the past refused to pay for things like the donation cards and the pens and the envelopes, but it will be paid for. You can make it zero, you can make it 1,000. In 2018, they were very nice, fancy envelopes and fancy donation cards. So they could be very simple envelopes, very simple donation cards. Doesn't matter, make it whatever you want. But I'm just letting you know where that number came from in past conventions.
There are other people who would like to speak on this. Ms. Adams, do you need to clarify what you just said, or?
Yeah, none of that
back
is
to you?
convention expense. That is HQ expense and just should be labeled in the budget as such. If HQ spends money on something that they're going to do at the convention, the store, a booth, whatever, that's gonna get labeled as development expense. It should be labeled as activism expense. It should not be labeled as a convention expense because it isn't.
Mr. Lucchini, I saw your hand, is that?
I
for
just
this?
like to call a question.
Okay. What is the question? Ms. Adams, you just wanted to move that line to zero,
Yeah, I
right?
want to move to zero.
Okay.
That was Mr. Longstreth.
Okay. The question has been called. Is there any objection to calling the question? All right, so is there any objection to the amendment? Okay, hearing no objection. It's amended. So can you tell us what?
Do you want me to read the amendment again?
Yes.
Okay.
Just so everybody knows what just happened.
Yeah, so Mr. Longstreth moved to amend the budget to change line 7200-20 to $0. Received a second. Question was called. Then we pass that objection.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ferrer, are Or would you
So that line goes up into line 32 versus 35 in our budget, so it doesn't even impact the convention line in the budget. It impacts the fundraising line.
That's correct.
Right.
Mr. Longstreth?
I got all the good stuff. I'm going to move that we amend line 7380-10, which is the ballot access petitioning expense, to increase from 114 in the XCOM budget to 156,000.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to adjust line 7380-10 ballot access petitioning expense from 114 to 156,000. Do a seconded, any objection to this?
I'm going to object, and I have a question for Mr. Longstreth, if that's in order.
Can I speak to my motion?
Yes, please do.
Yeah, then I'll be happy to.
Yes.
So, the reason why I'm proposing 156,000, even though we received a report from the ballot access committee for 166, is when I looked at the 166, 5,000 of that was purely dedicated to legal expense. We've already got a legal expense. We don't really need a ballot access specific legal expense line, so it's already there. It's already in that area. If we need to raise more money for it or something like that, we can. It doesn't specifically need to be on a ballot access line. Excuse me, when it came to the other 5,000 that were used for lobby meetings, I absolutely think we need to lobby. We do not have a mechanism for lobbying with the LNC. We just don't. It is presumable that we could partner with somebody or find a way to have somebody in New York do that who's a professional, knows what they're doing, has the connections. I would absolutely love that conceptually, but I don't think that when we're looking at a tight budget money, we went into this at our last meeting thinking ballot access only needed 114,000. They came today and said, nah, we need 50,000 more. I don't want to cut out the lobbying stuff. I want to do everything we can to support getting rid of the bad laws that have been passed there. I think we can do it, but I don't see the need to throw $5,000 at that right now without some sort of a solid plan. So that is the reason why.
Mr. Bowen?
He answered my question.
Okay. Mr. Nana?
If I can somewhat address that, I guess. I think the idea would be to give them the money sort of similarly to how we do every ballot access, except for instead of them using our signatures, they would figure out how to lobby on their own with that cash. So it wouldn't be like a responsibility of the LNC as well.
Mr. Manning, can you say that
Mr.
again
Phillips,
louder?
would you like to be recognized?
You can repeat it, you can repeat my thought if you think it'll help. But no, what I said was I think the 5,000 would be used similarly to how other ballot access money is used, where we would give the money to the state and they would decide how to use the money to lobby. It would not be the responsibility of the LNC to say, okay, here we're hiring a lobbyist, here you go, they're going to lobby on your behalf. We would give them the money, and instead of them using it to purchase signatures or whatever, they would use it to fund a lobbying effort, however they felt that should look.
Anyone else wishing to be recognized on this matter? Mr. Moman?
I think I see both sides of this. I see why it would come out of ballot access because it's specifically lobbying for ballot access, but at the same time it's lobbying, not my normal operations for ballot access. Kind of my thought on this is, this sounds like a separate fundraising appeal specific to this scenario. Obviously, we want to hit New York targeted, but we'd also, I mean, there are plenty of people interested in doing ballot access. There are some people, if you go back and look, that are interested in seeing the LNC do more lobbying or get more involved in lobbying. We hit those people up for money, we hit the people in New York up for money, we work together, we get that. But I think it's going to end up being a separate thing that'll be its own box rather than ballot access line. That makes sense.
Yeah, I kind of agree with what Mr. Woolman's saying. We can find the money for the legal expense, right? We have a line for that. We have a dedicated fund. We can find the money for the ballot access. It's going to be some small cuts here and there and some shifts, but we can find it. Let's, instead of creating a budget line for this $5,000 for lobbying, let's create a development plan to raise this $5,000 for lobbying.
Any further? Okay, we have a motion 114 to 156,000. Any further discussion? Okay, we'll proceed to a vote on this item. All in favor of that amendment to the proposed agenda, raise your hand. All opposed? None. All right. 14-0, motion passes. Ms. Adams.
I would move to decrease line 7200-30 other events from $15,600 to $0.
Second.
And I'm happy to speak to that. So the rationale behind this, for me, is really simple. As the chair of the Convention Oversight Committee, arguably the largest event that this party holds every year, our committee is tasked with being self-supporting, right? We set up an event, we sell tickets, we pay for our own event, and hopefully make some money for the party in the meantime. Every other event that HQ is doing needs to run that way as well. If you can't fund your own event, don't have the event.
I'm gonna motion. If I'm recognized, sir.
Well, did someone seconded this, right? Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor to make the change 7200-30 from 15.6 to 0. It was seconded. Are there any objections to making that change?
I object.
Okay. She spoke to her motion, so go ahead.
So the reason why I'm objecting here is because events still have costs. And just like when we look at our convention revenue, it's expected to be neutral. We raise the fundraising, but we also raise the cost in a balance, right? So my initial thought when I was looking at this idea, communicated with some of you, is this should be 0 because that's what I want to accomplish. But we still have to pay for it somehow. So I would move to amend Ms. Adams' amendment to, instead of decreasing 7200-30, it would be increasing 4200-20, that same amount, so 15,000, or 15,600. Thus keeping it on the expense line so that the events can happen, but expecting that all of those expenses will be raised to make those events happen.
Okay, nice. So you were not saying increase by 15,000, you were saying that would be the final number?
I'm saying
He said
increase the
increase
revenue
by-
line 15,600 rather than decrease her.
Okay, can I get the final number on what that would be?
Yes.
It's current.
So 25.6.
Second.
25.
All right, we have an amendment to Ms. Adams' motion, basically, essentially a replacement, the effect of it. Instead of doing what she said, instead of changing the 7200-30 to 0, we'll be increasing 4220 by 15,600, effectively making it 25.6.
Objection?
Thank you. You've already spoken to it, so Mr. Bowman, what is?
Yeah, I see the thought process in that, but pertaining to what Ms. Adams said, where these fundraisers should be basically self-sufficient, I would want those two lines to be equal at 15.6 each. So it would be my idea to raise that line by 5,600, not 15,600, and I would offer that amendment to the amendment if it is in order.
No, we can't do amendments right now.
Okay.
I was gonna object, so.
Okay, Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman, I understand what you're saying. I think the idea here is that we're not just raising just the amount that we spent, but also, I mean, we obviously don't do fundraisers just for fun. We're trying to bring money in. And so I think the idea behind this would be that we're going to spend up to 15.6 on events next year with the goal of bringing in at least 25.6 from those events.
Got it.
So that's why those lines are not equal. And I do think that's a reasonable target, and I would hope we could overshoot that.
Okay. I'll withdraw my objection.
All right, any further discussion on the amendment offered by Mr. Longstreth? All right, any objection to Mr. Longstreth's amendment? Hearing no objection, Mr. Longstreth's amendment has passed. So effectively, 4200-20 is now 25,600.
That's now Aaron's motion.
Yeah, that's actually.
Oh, yes,
Takes us back to
the motion, yes,
the
correct.
amendment.
The proposed amendment to the budget is now to change 4200-20 to 25,600. Are there any objections to that? Hearing no objections, that's done.
Point of inquiry,
Mr. Bowen?
know what the running total is, the bottom line at this point, where we're at? Are we above zero, or are we below zero for some?
We're working on it.
Actually, a surplus of $8,780.
Thank you.
Plus,
Plus, after accounting for, okay, let me back up. So the budget itself has a deficit of $33,605. However, we have funds, $41,635 available in the building fund and the legal fund that can be used to offset that next year. We have $750 in the campus restricted fund, again, in the expenses, at least, or I think we matched that $750. It's also, so these totals are coming out of the restricted funds. So for the unrestricted cash has a surplus of $8,780. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you.
Chris, yeah.
Mr. Longstreth?
Actually, I think Mr. Smith was before me.
No, you were.
No.
You were first one.
So my question, Mr. Hagan, thank you for reading the numbers. That does not include any of the revenue increases that Mr. Harris suggested. Is that correct? Or did we, I just want to make sure that if we voted on that, and I missed it somehow, but we are now at a surplus money.
Yes.
Wow, okay.
Mr. Smith?
Yeah, two things. One, we haven't taken the roll, and I think we only have 14 people here, so we have to have it right.
Thank you.
Two, it's 10 o'clock, so I'm sure some people are gonna have to check out, so we're gonna have to.
What time is checkout?
11 o'clock.
It's 11.
Noon.
Noon.
We got later.
Mr. Kraus is not in the room right now, but
Well, if it's not the year, that's not a big deal, I guess.
Okay, thank you. That is true. We actually did not take the roll, so, we're gonna do that.
Madam Chair, can you
Mr.
mark
Wilkes,
President,
yeah.
because I need to talk to Mr. Price.
Outside?
Hey, yeah, you're gonna be in the room for a roll? I'll be back. Oh, all right.
While he's doing that, let me get my sheet ready real quick. No, it's not okay, that's fine. All right, we'll do this. Is this, well, rename things later. Fine. All right, Miss Adams.
Present.
Mr. Bowen.
Here.
Mr. Ford.
Here.
Miss Epke.
Here.
Miss Hagan.
Mr. Hagan.
Mr. Hagan. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you deserve that.
Hewitt.
I'm here.
Ferrera.
Present.
Hogarth.
She's out.
She is here, so
Somebody can poke their head upside on the counter. I've seen her. Oh, counter. Dashing.
Here.
Lucchini. Alright. Flores.
Here. Good roll.
Longstreth.
Here.
Mullen. I'm here. Nada.
Here.
Hall. Nakila.
Present.
Sexton. Phillips.
Here.
Lugeman.
Hoffman.
Rodseth.
Here.
Sarver.
I'm here.
Smith.
Here.
Billiard. Alright, I am showing. Sixteen members of the committee, myself, 17 members of the committee. Present, 4 alternates present, and 3 alternates absent.
Thank you. Mr. Kraus, we had a inquiry about checkout time. Can you?
11.
It is 11?
We should probably.
They told me here.
I was told noon to this morning.
We have, can you confirm that we have people saying that it is noon?
Yeah, I believe it depends if you are a Hilton Honors member or not. I will confirm.
Okay, so yes, as far as checkout time, if you are an honors member, apparently it defaults to noon, so that may be it. Otherwise, it is standard 11 o'clock.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Longstreth.
I would move that we recess for 15 minutes so people can check out if they need to. 20 minutes, 20, sorry, 20.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to recess for 20 minutes for the purposes of getting checked out. Has been seconded. Any objection to a 20-minute recess for checkout? Hearing no objection, we are recessed for 20 minutes. Be back at 10:27. All right, thank you. Moving back to order. We continue our budget discussion. We need more bodies in their seats. Hang on, Mr. Vaughn.
Thank you.
Ms. Shea. Mr. Thrasher, will you do me a favor and call LNC members back in? We are in order. Thank you. Well, I just need the LNC members back in here. I feel like we're back in order. LNC members back in order. Thank you. Nice.
So we have quorum.
Okay. So, proceeding. Mr. Bowen, you had your hand up.
Yeah.
I also just want to point out, I just heard that the YouTube stream is 12 seconds behind. So just in case anybody's interested in that delay, it's 12 seconds.
That's less than normal.
Or at least that was yesterday, I should say. Mr. Bowen, whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make a motion to increase line item 4080, which is the recurring pledge line. I would like to increase that.
Point of order. We came back with a motion on the floor.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, we never passed the amendment, as far as my notes have it, to 4200-20 to 25.
Yes, we did.
That was passed? Okay.
Without objection.
It was without objection.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, increase the pledge amount in account number 4080. I would like to increase that by $60,000 based on Mr. Harris's analysis of that account. And I would also like to add $60,000 to account number 7380-10, the ballot access fund, for purposes of ballot access activities in New York State.
Second.
Divide.
Real quick, the accounts 4080 and
7380.
738010.
Dash 10, I believe.
They're both being increased to 60,000. Can you give me the final number after that increase?
I can.
Okay, thank you.
Currently in 7380-10 is 114,000, so this would make it 174,000.
No, that's not correct.
No.
Because we already increased the ballot access line to 100.
I apologize. Yes.
56.
Well,
Point of inquiry.
Yes, hold on, I can answer that. The recurring pledge amount would end up being $660,000. That's 600 plus the 60 I'm asking for, correct? And the current balance in ballot access is 156,000. I'm asking for 60,000 additional, which would bring that to $216,000.
Okay, so
Believe that's correct.
738010 is 216,000.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we've had a motion to divide.
Second.
It's been seconded. Any objection to dividing the question?
It's not debatable anyway.
All right? So, it's, so we vote to divide,
I don't
Yes,
think
we
so.
do.
I think it's right of any.
even if nobody objects.
Oh, no, there's no objection.
Okay, so we will divide them. Mr. Longsmith, which one would you like to take up first?
I would like us to take up the revenue line, increasing from 600,000 to 160,000 first. I think that's the least controversial.
Can't hear you.
I would like to take up the revenue line discussion first.
Number, which one is that? That's
the 40.
4080.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
That's a really good question. I think Mr. Bowen would still get that, yeah. I think so.
If you want to speak on that specific one, that's the one we're taking up
The
first.
specific divide?
On 4080.
I'm sorry, yeah.
We're not
on,
taking up that one specifically.
Yes, I will only say that I'm increasing that line item conversations we had here earlier with Mr. Harris. And that was where I got the number. It is, I believe, a fully attainable number, and that's why I used it.
Mr. Longstreth?
I do believe it's a fully attainable number. It is what Mr. Harris has indicated, a 10% increase per month. I think that is within reason. I've chatted with a number of you, and it seems that there's a general consensus there. My thing is that I believe this will pretty much put us at the point where we have no more wiggle room. So if that's why the motion to divide, I think that we should increase the funds, but please keep that in mind when we get to the other motion.
Any further discussion? Any objection to increasing line 4080 to $660,000, which was an increase of $60,000? Hearing no objection, that line is increased.
Thank you.
And the second part of that is 7380, right? Increasing line
7380-10.
We're increasing line 7380-10, a commensurate amount increase of $60,000, which brings it to 216,000. Mr. Bowen?
Are we speaking now to the 73,810?
Correct.
Yes.
I would like to yield my time to Mr. Ford, please.
Yeah, yesterday I spoke at length, but I just want to remind the board that a principal activity of this party obviously is to engage in ballot access. The situation in New York is going to be difficult, it's going to be challenging. We need every penny of that for New York. New York is a local party that has shown its own resiliency, its own ability to self-support to a large degree, but it also represents one of the largest media markets, and it also represents an affiliate that has continued to put out outstanding candidates at its own personal cost. We are not giving them money, we are making an investment in an organization that's clearly willing to provide its own investment seed capital. But we cannot let New York slide, if you will, into the electoral ocean like this, for lack of a better term. You know, we knew that this past election was going to represent a real sea change for the libertarian movement. I'm thrilled that we've actually formally, I agree with the Reason Magazine article, that we've established a base in this country of roughly 2 million identifiable libertarians. That's a wonderful accomplishment to run a homegrown libertarian candidate, and a candidacy that was managed largely by homegrown libertarians. Unfortunately, we suffered a fall off in ballot action then. We know this day was coming. We must marshal all our resources possible to maintain as much ballot access as we can right now. It is my sincere hope that they change that law. It is my sincere hope that lobbying efforts are successful. It is my sincere hope that the ongoing coalition efforts by the state of New York, the Libertarian Party of New York, are successful in working towards a resolution, in which case a lot of that money will become available to other organizations facing similar changes. But New York is too important to this nation, and it's too important to the candidacies that are going to take place this time around, for which there will be considerable sweat equity from affiliates around the Northeast to participate in, to let this happen. So I implore you to take every shekel, every dollar, every penny that we can squeeze out and support their ongoing efforts. Thank you.
Mr. Nana and then Ms. Adams?
Yeah, I agree with what Mr. Ford is saying. My only fear, and I'll probably end up supporting the motion anyhow, my only fear is that it's gonna take $400,000, probably, if not more, probably closer to $500,000 to complete a signature drive. And I don't know what giving $60,000 is gonna really do, other than jumpstart the process. And it has to be done in a 6-week period, from what I understand. So that puts enormous pressure on us to spend the money all at one time, and we are only allocating $60,000.
Ms. Adams?
I agree with Mr. Nana. I do want to see New York get that money. I want to see every affiliate in our country who's fighting ballot access get that money. We don't have that kind of money. So we do have to be smart about where we spend our money. I don't know that I would vote against it. I think I would be more likely to vote for adding $30,000 to ballot access and maybe taking the other 30 and creating a new line, calling it legislative action, which I think will help solve one of the other problems that we've run into today and put us on a better path forward. If we had had a legislative action line a year ago, we may have been able to get way in front of these lawsuits in New York already. So maybe doing something and still planning for the future might be a better move.
I have you on the list, but I've got others.
So I would move to amend in that way.
Can you explicitly state your amendment?
I would move to take the $60,000 that we just found in revenue, allocate 30,000 of it towards ballot access.
Line.
It is line 738010. And then create a new line titled legislative action in the appropriate place and allocate the other 30,000 there.
Do we have the numbering of the new line would be?
I do not.
Mr. Hagan, are you going to address that?
Yes.
Specifically, okay.
Could that fall under 7380-40 about access lobbying?
Sure.
So not creating a new line.
Not creating a new line, just moving 30,000 to 738010 and moving the other 30,000 to 7380 what?
40.
40.
Okay, so if we subtract 30,000 here, I have 73,810 will be 186,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then what will the new total for 73,840 be?
Just the entire amount.
It will be 30,000. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hagan. I have no notes.
Second.
All right, so we have an amendment being proposed. Instead of adding the full 60,000 to 73,810, Ms. Adams has moved to separate 60,000 into two parts, 30,000 of which to 73,810 and 30,000 to 7380-40. And it was seconded. Any objection?
I'm going to object, and nothing personal, Ms. Adams, I have some things I need to. May I speak to my objection?
Yes. Ms. Adams, did you already speak?
Yeah,
You did speak to us.
All right,
Yes.
I would like to yield my time to Mr. Thrasher before we take any vote. I know Mr. Thrasher has a couple things to say about New York and how the money might be used, am I correct?
If you want to move on.
If there's no
objection is
objection,
hearing from
yeah, I
Mr.
think we should
Thrasher.
hear from him before we take any vote.
Okay, so in a few conversations with the members of the Libertarian Party of New York that are here, and also just talking with others in the region here, there may be possibilities for additional candidate petitions other than the statewide one, which could, as Mr. Nanda points out, cost upwards of $400,000. It appears that there are other, perhaps even a congressional candidate, that the Libertarian Party, the LNC would be able to support the Libertarian Party of New York petitioning efforts for an office that would not require that same amount of money. So, throw that out there.
Point of personal privilege, Mr. Thrasher, I hate to do this to you, but could you please repeat all of that?
I will try. The coffee was gone before I got here. But, okay, so yes, it has come to my attention, there are other petition drive possibilities that would benefit the Libertarian Party of New York and candidates down ballot other than the statewide petition, which would unfortunately be a great expense. This amount that Mr. Bowen is proposing would go far to helping additional petition drives for candidates in New York State.
I have you, Mr. Phillips, but Mr. Longstreth, I had you next. Was it on this amendment?
It was not on the amendment, but it was oddly enough to hear Mr. Thrasher speak.
Okay. Mr. Phillips, I have you next.
What I've got applies to both either the amendment or the main motion, so I'm going to go ahead and speak. I would remind everybody that yesterday we made a policy manual amendment that allows us to work with another organization that specifically also allows them to help with this kind of activity. And so while we are trying to find the money in our budget to help them as much as possible, we also open the door for other opportunities. So I object to any allegation that we are leaving them hanging in any way.
Mr. Bowen?
If I could respond to that, yeah.
I have Mr. Bowen next. I didn't know if you.
I'd like to respond to that. I agree, for local and state candidates, but I believe one of the specific races Mr. Thrasher is talking about is a federal race. And they would not be able to be involved in that particular race.
Absolutely.
So I just want to make sure that we know that. It is the I forget the gentleman's name. Mr. Howe, running against AOC is one of the specific races I believe we're talking about in New York. And as Mr. Thrasher said, there are.
I have Mr. Molman and then Mr. Luchini.
Excuse me. Mine real.
Get it together.
I'll tell you what, again, the lack of coffee. My concern with this is that the 60,000 is a drop in the bucket when it comes to actually getting this done. The estimates provided were 250 to 500,000. Given what I've seen as a former member of Ballot Access Committee, how much money was spent previously, and the short timeline and the the exponential cost that comes with the larger the drive, the more it costs per signature. Like, that's always a thing just because of the chaos factor. This is going to be a $500,000 drive. If we're going to set 60K aside for this, then it needs to go into a segregated fund. It needs to go hide out for a year and hope the next LNC drops another 440 into it. That's essentially what we're asking, because that's the way right now we know we can get ballot access. I do think that what we've already passed does provide funds for lobbying, I believe. We already had a legal fund. I do think those are going to be our best avenues. I mean, even putting that 60K into a fund and asking the next LNC to put 440K in, seems like that's not likely. I don't know, that's like a quarter of our budget. So, or 1/5, whatever. I want to help them, but I don't see what the 60K is going to do. I mean, we're going to start a petition drive, get 10% of the way there, and then be like, whoops, oh well. Our primary focus for ballot access is to put our presidential candidate on in all 50 states plus DC, right? That's our primary responsibility as our body. And so while I appreciate there are down ballot races, we have to be focused on how are we going to put our 2024 candidate on the ballot in New York. That has to be our primary focus when it comes to ballot access in New York. So the question is, how's the 60K going to help us put our presidential candidate on the ballot in 2024 in New York? And I don't have the answer, that's why I'm asking.
Mr. Luchini?
Mr. Bowman just said what I was going to say, so there we go.
Mr. Nana?
I mean, I don't disagree that we should sequester it. I don't think it's happening regardless. So I think maybe the move should be to allow them to have at least some money to run some federal candidates. Because I mean, I don't see it happening in 2024 unless every budget between now and then, like Ken said, sequester a little bit, and then let it build up. And I just don't see it. It's so much money.
Mr. Ford, I had you, but I think it was from earlier when you wanted to speak, and then.
No, I'd like to speak again, but I'll yield time to folks who haven't spoken.
Yes, Mr.
Yeah, I'm probably the one person here that's against most money going to, ballot access anyway. So with that given, I did vote for the other, raised up to one. I realize I'm a minority in this, but I want to point out this. I mean, Mr. Howe might be the best candidate we've ever had in Congress or anything, but we have another issue. And Mr. Nana brought it up yesterday about the Frontier Project, how, he has a lot of constituents that say, how come everything's going to Wyoming and this and that? This is more, what we heard from, with the new evidence coming from Mr. Thrasher, this seems to be almost a betting on one particular candidate. I mean, you can come in and say, hey, this will get some candidates or not some. Again, I don't have a problem putting some money behind a particular candidate, especially if they're very important and very, very good. We don't know this guy, he hasn't come before, we don't, and I think this is a dangerous precedence. With that, Mr. Moman pretty much summed up all the other problems. If we are indeed trying to look for presidential years access for all 50 states is one thing, but no, I have a problem with this. I think having that extra money that we've just created, somewhat like quantitative easing does, with the 10% of the 600,000, I think if it's there and it does come to fruition, I think there'll be lots of things that we can use it for. But at that time, I think it will have maybe even better application.
Mr. Longstreth and then Mr. Phillips.
I would suggest that we're amending the amendment right now. So we can't offer another amendment. If this is voted down, that frees us up to do some other stuff. I will tell you that I would have an amendment to look at 73-80-30, 73-80-40, and look at increasing those lines to what the ballot access committee originally asked, since we did find this extra money, putting 5,000 in each of those, just like the committee asked, giving something to New York, and then still having our surplus. In fact, I'll say I could put 7,500 in each of those, just to make sure that they have enough and they can move forward. But that's not possible to do right now while we are in this procedural thing where we're at. So, with that in mind, it may not be the most popular thing, maybe it is. I'm going to call a question on the amendment to the amendment.
All right, second.
All right, the question has been called and seconded. Any objections on the question? All right, any objection at this point to the amendment?
Objection.
Okay, so we'll proceed to a vote on the amendment. Well, I'm calling the question.
I was not intending to object to the question, I was objecting to the amendment to the amendment.
Okay, so we'll proceed to a vote.
A roll call request.
On the amendment. Yes, thank you.
The amendment be restated.
Yes, please.
Actually, yes, I can do that. Okay. So,
It's the splitting of the.
yeah, I was trying to find my spot. I move to amend the amendment. Okay, so here, I'm gonna say it short. Line 7380-10, will be $186,000, and line 7380-40 will be $30,000. If this passes, that will be what we are considering.
And that reflects the original $60,000 being proposed, being split between those two funds.
Right.
All right, roll call.
Okay, yes. Adams.
Yes.
Bowen.
Yes.
Epke.
Yes.
Hagan.
Yes.
Hewitt.
No.
Hogarth.
Yes.
Lucchini.
Pass for me.
Okay. Longstreth.
Yes.
Such enthusiasm.
Wellman.
I'm gonna abstain.
Nana.
Pass.
Michaela.
Aye.
Tim, aye.
Aye.
Phillips.
Abstain.
Rodsett.
Yes.
Sarwar.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
I am voting no.
I'd like to change my vote to no.
Okay.
Julie.
Okay. Do you want me to get the ones who passed and then come to you, or? Okay. Lucchini. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, and 3 abstentions.
That's what I got.
Okay. Madam Chair, are you voting? Okay.
All right, so the motion has passed. Yes, the amendment has passed. So, we've now split the 60,000 into those two funds. So now we are back at the main amendment to the proposed budget. Mr. Longstreth. Actually, I still have Mr. Phillips and then Mr. Ford and then Ms. Adams.
Now take me
But
out.
that was from before, right?
Yeah.
So, okay. Same for you?
I said what I need to say.
All right, Mr. Longstreth.
I would move to amend 7380-30, ballot access legal, from 0 on the budget right now to $7,500.
Second.
While also reducing 7380-40, ballot access lobbying, from currently $30,000 to $7,500.
Second.
Okay,
Hang on.
1 second. 73, 30. So these are just two. Okay, so you're striking what we previously had with 73, 40, and inserting 75.
Striking nothing, sir. I am amending the total. I am proposing that we amend from 30 down to 7,500 on 40, and that we take 30 to change it to 7,500.
Yes,
I think it's the opposite.
They're both going to be 7,500.
Okay.
Not striking anything. That's a very specific term.
Well,
His point is that we have an amendment. It isn't currently 30, so
you're striking on the amendment, those lines and inserting. Yeah.
Semantics.
Gotcha.
those words mean something.
All right, let me know when.
I have the important parts and I can type away.
Okay.
That's your point of personal privilege.
Ms. Adams.
When this comes to a vote, and we go reverse alphabetically, I would like to get coffee.
I don't know.
Yeah, you can find something.
All right, was it seconded?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Longstreth.
So I'm doing this as somewhat of a compromise. There's a question about how much of this funding would make a significant impact on ballot access stuff. We heard from our ballot access committee. They said 5,000 for legal would be appreciated, 5,000 for lobbying. Let's give them 7,500. We're throwing more to New York because New York is an important state. We really do need to try and make something happen. I'm with some of the others on this board who I don't know that a ballot access petition drive is necessarily the answer, and the encumbrance of the funds and how many years that's going to take to save up those funds and carry over that budget through a term that's beyond us, and we don't know what's going to happen when we reset green, right? So that being the case, I don't think it's wise to start to encumber those funds right now. I think it might be wise to go ahead and set the budget so that way New York can start moving forward on legal actions and lobbying actions. And I think that proposing more than what ballot access has requested shows that this body in good faith really does want to see New York succeed in some way. I think that this is the best path forward for us on this one.
Mr. Lucchini, I saw your hand up. Was it for this?
Pass.
Okay.
Mr. Phillips, what did you mean by main motion?
This is
a
amendment.
new one.
Yeah, this is, so we're still on an amendment, or we're amending the amendment, budget amendment still. Once we get back to the main amendment, then I think we have that.
If this passes or doesn't.
Yeah, after this motion that you're making right now.
Okay, I see. So when we start something new,
We won't be starting something new, we'll be back to the main.
we'll just be back to the budget.
Well, I don't know.
Okay, but you don't need to speak on this.
No, I do not.
All right, and you.
Okay, I actually will speak to this in a minute. I support this. Again, I just don't see how this money moves the needle. I mean, 6 weeks, you have to use in-state people, middle of the winter. I think legal action is the only path to success. Lobbying, et cetera, so I support this one. I'm in
Okay. Is there anyone who is opposed to this?
Don't know
What? Mr. Ford and Mr. Smith?
No, I was just gonna, if the board would let him allow Chris to talk about what he wants to, this is
Mr. Ford, you have the floor.
So, I just want to point out that the petition drive for congressional candidates would be immensely helped by this allocation of, I guess, about $15,000 is what we're talking about, which would help in large degree the statewide approach. So again, when I just refreshing back, when people talk about the standard of support that is being given to other states currently, Alabama and Illinois, we're talking a significant amount less than that at this point. It will be helpful, we will be grateful for it. For a state that arguably does a lot of work on its own to meet these objectives. So I'd be happy to take what we can get. Okay? So thank you.
So Mr. Smith, you did not make.
No, I was gonna, if the body would allow, ask for Chris Bradford to speak, but I don't know if he wants to, so. Now.
Ms. Adams.
Yeah, so, I wanna see New York get stuff too, right? I'm from Oklahoma, you guys all remember that nightmare, right? I absolutely wanna see New York get some stuff. What I don't wanna do, is have the appearance of this board supporting a measuring game. When we say we're giving this much support to one state or this much support to another state, we've gone down that path in the past, and our states have suffered. Ballot access is not an apples to apples legal fight in each of these states. So, we might be able to give $50,000 to Alabama and then help them become successful, where $50,000 in New York is less likely for them to be successful. This is not an apples to apples comparison, and I would like us to stop doing that now. It does not benefit anyone. At the same time, there are some other things that I think we do need to remember. It's really easy for us to sit here and say, well, you know, it's unlikely that New York's gonna do this or that. I'm not in New York. I don't know how much New York is funded. I don't know what New York's ability to match whatever we give them is going to be. I'm hopeful that it's gonna be huge. And so I would like to see us give them some money. I'm not sure where I'm at on this amendment. I'm positive I want us to give New York some money.
Mr. Bowen, then Mr. Lucchini. And I do see a hand in the gallery, Vice Chair, New York, or of Queens, after these two LNC members speak, if there's no objections. Mr. Braun.
Yeah, I think people from New York may speak to this, but I just want to point out that for what it's worth, that keep in mind that the way New York works, I believe, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, petitions that would be done for the current cycle for congressional candidates and all, they add up, they are beneficial to the statewide race that is to be, you know, and I don't know if that counts for the presidential too, but there is some benefit to the entire ballot access for the state of doing petitions for some of these congressional candidates, I believe. Just keep that in mind, and maybe we can get a determination of that from New York.
Mr. Lucchini?
Yes, I do want to remind people that the amendment we passed yesterday, adding the LLCC, was an existing organization, the LNCC, which is explicitly federal candidates. And I would encourage those of you in New York to engage. I literally don't know Family runs it, but it's not that avenue funded that could be used for anything involved in congressional race.
If there's no, you're gonna have to remind me of your name, I'm sorry.
Eric.
Eric. Is there any objection to hearing from Vice Chair? Libertarian Party, please.
Thank you. I just wanted a chance to speak because I'm one of the few people in this room that's actually from New York. And there's a lot of talk about New York from people who are not from New York. And actually, quite frankly, both people that we're talking about, Mr. Howe and Mr. Larry Sharp, who's our gubernatorial candidate, are from my county. So I can speak directly to the people that we're talking about as well as the overall picture. But I want to address something in the room first. There's a lot of feeling that there's a difficulty, that it's almost like a lost cause like that. I want to bury that hard because something that happened a few years ago when we came into Queens was that Queens was a lost cause. It's not. We're one of the strongest now in the entire state. And the defeatist attitude is what makes things a lost cause. And the other thing I want to address is that when you talk about the type of money that you're talking about, it sounds like a big number, but that also assumes that not one person in the state of New York is going to do a damn thing, and we're going to have to pay people to do it all. I don't believe that about my state. I don't believe that about the people that I've encountered on the Libertarian Party in New York. I don't believe that about the people I've encountered at the county level. I know that not to be true. So any money that we're going to get just makes it easier for us. It just gives us a little less that we have to do to get us where we need to go. But here's the other thing that I would put in front of you. There's two aspects to how you're going to get ballot access. Number one is getting on the ballot in the first place, despite all the obstacles thrown your way. Number two is having a candidate that's going to get enough votes to gain you that ballot access. We did that in 2018. The same guy is running in 2022. And from my research, people who run a second time tend to get more votes than the first time. This party knows that all too well. Gary Johnson in 2012 to 2016 increased his vote total by, I believe, 3.5 times. Something like 1.2 million to 4.5 million. To suggest that Larry Sharp can go from about approximately 100 million to 100,000 to the 150,000 threshold over the course of 4 years, I don't believe in being defeatist here. I believe this can be done. And when you look forward, I want to address Mr. Williams directly. You mentioned 2024 and national candidates. Should Mr. Sharp's and our state succeed, it makes it a whole heck of a lot easier than we have guaranteed ourselves ballot access for 2024 to run whoever it is that we put forward in that year. So this is of the utmost importance. And we are leading from the top and from below. As we've mentioned, we have a congressional candidate. I'm sure others are going to start to emerge in the coming months. Those people are going to have boots on the ground and their own campaigns to help out at the state level as well. So basically what I want to put in all your minds is that New York's not dead. This is not a defeated thing. And we have an incredible battle on our hands. Most of you know some of the things that we've been up against over the past couple of years. So us getting on the ballot, us having a voice for New Yorkers is incredibly important. I don't want to put down any other state, but I know living there how important it is. But I also want to make sure that you know that it's not impossible. It'll never be impossible. And speaking only for myself and a couple other people from New York that have shown up here this weekend, I believe it can be done in 2022, not waiting for down the road. Not that we need to keep asking for money down the road. I believe anything you throw at us now makes it easier for us to get a candidate that can get us ballot access now. Thank you.
Mr. Mulvin?
Eric, I'd like to ask you a question if I can. Sure. When's the petitioning period this year? 22. When's the window?
It's a 6-week period between February and late March.
Okay. So is that like the second weekend in February through the end of March-ish?
Approximately, yeah. I don't know the exact dates offhand.
Isn't that Easter this year?
What?
If there's no objection, Mr. Thrasher also would like to speak.
So just briefly, I would like to remind this body, this is one of the budget lines that is just allocated. Any actual encumbrance, any actual money that changes hands from the committee is done by a vote of the executive committee. So if things need to get readjusted down the road, you all have that ability. So just because it's in there doesn't mean you have to spend it, but at the same time, if it's in there, plans can be made to actually get things done.
Mr. Pereira?
I just want to make sure that I understand the amendment as it's currently granted. So I'm looking at the second.
Yes, absolutely. I'd actually request that this happen before a vote takes place. So currently, here's what I have. We are moving to amend the budget to change line 7380-10 to $186,000, line 7380-30 to $7,500, and line 7380-40 to $7,500.
Okay, so originally you were just gonna increase by 60 and then split that to 30-30. And now we're saying we're keeping 130 and the other 30 we're going down by 15 and splitting it to 2 bits.
That does seem to be what's going on.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Hagan.
If I can ask a question of the Vice Chair Queens, if you had would you rather have the money divided between petitioning and lobbying and legal? So we have 3 different line items basically that we're considering right now. How would you portion? What would be your preferences of getting?
Can I answer that question?
Yes, yes, please.
So, for those who don't know me, Tony Durazio.
You're welcome to
Hey,
come
Tony,
forward.
What?
Speak up.
Here, I'll come up here, so you
Yes,
can all hear
please.
me better. I know y'all have trouble seeing me behind that pillar. Tony Durazio, first Vice Chair of New York. Can you hear me now? Sure. Okay, cool. To answer your question, I would rather have it all in petitioning, and I'm gonna tell you why. One, we already do have lawsuits in action that we've already paid for. Yeah, that money would be great. If it ends up being illegal, fine. We're gonna take everything we can possibly get, because we're gonna need it. But if we lose this lawsuit, it's gonna be a huge financial, effort for us to get our ballot access and get our candidates on the ballot. So, and I've heard a question asked a couple times, well, what will this tiny little drop in the budget do for candidates? One of the beautiful things about New York petitioning is that a candidate, especially one that crosses counties, as for example, Mr. Howland Queens does and several of our other candidates do, we're gonna have a whole lot of assembly races next year. We'll be able to carry a petition that has their name and the statewide candidates on it. So those signatures will count not only for the statewide candidates, but also for our lower level candidates, ones that are elected. So I would rather see it all go to petitioning. That's me. Did I answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak on this amendment? All right, we will, is there any objection to this amendment at this point?
Can we hear the amendment again?
Yes.
What are we actually voting on?
So, let me ask, do you want to hear what it will be if this passes? Or do you want to hear the change we're voting on?
If this passes.
Okay, if this passes, we will be voting to amend the budget to change line 7380-10 to $186,000. Line line 7380-30 to $7,500, and line 7380-40 to $7,500.
And to be clear, that we are in an amendment to the amendment.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, is there any objection at this point?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. All right, do you have anything further to say?
No.
Okay, so we're just gonna vote on it. All right, we'll proceed to a vote on this amendment as, Mr. Wilford just stated.
If this passes, that's a motion by me.
Right.
Anyone interested in what it would be if it fails, or?
I hope.
Okay, somebody want roll call?
Yeah,
Sure.
just do it.
Roll call?
Alright.
All right. That's why I asked. And backwards this time, just,
Please.
even though you're.
Just
I
once
feel
in
your
a
pain.
while.
I feel your pain for 6 years.
You just want me to be first, let's see what's up.
Yep, your turn.
Alright. I'm gonna vote nay. Smith.
He's out in the hallway, you want me to grab him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll come back. Support.
Yes.
Rodsep.
Pass.
Pass. That's one more, come back. Phillips.
Abstain.
Michaela.
Aye.
Nana.
No.
Mullen.
Aye.
Alright. Longstreth.
Yes.
Lucchini.
Yes, but you better make it.
And with Hogarth out of the room, passing.
Yes.
Hewitt.
That is actually a yes, it's going in the right direction.
Okay. Hagan.
No.
Epke.
Yes.
Yes. Rowan.
Yes.
Adams.
Yes.
Okay, let me go back to the bottom. Smith.
Yes.
And Rodsep.
Yes.
Madam Chair, are you voting?
Nope.
Okay. Let me go count. Although I do know it passes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 in favor, 3 abstentions, 3 against, and 2 abstentions.
Well, you're counting me as an abstention. All right, the motion passes. Mr. Secretary, can you please tell everybody where we are now?
Sure.
Just the motion as it exists right now. And I think Mr. Phillips wanted to speak on that.
Yeah. So the current motion reads, and let me copy it. The motion reads, to amend the budget to change line 7380-10 to $186,000, line 7380-30 to $7,500, and 7380-40 to $7,500.
Everybody clear? Mr. Phillips?
I'm gonna support this. I would have supported it anywhere along the line to give New York money. But I needed to address something that was said earlier, which is that national should only be focused on the federal races. I disagree. I disagree heavily with that statement. Every single elected official we help get elected helps the national party.
Yep.
If we don't help these people get on the ballot, then why are we paying Karen to help all these local people? So let's please give some New York some money, maybe we'll raise some money some other ways and get them some more, but let's help our states get on the ballot.
Ms. Adams, and then,
Yeah, I feel like we've discussed this and talked this to death, so I call the question.
question has been called. Any objection to calling the question? All right, so we'll proceed to a vote.
Can we see if there's any objection?
To what?
Can we see if there's any objection?
To the amendment? Sure. Is there any objection at this point to this amendment? Okay, well, in that case, the motion passes.
Is this
The
a
amendment,
motion?
this is,
We just passed it.
We just
No
made a
objection.
motion, correct? I would like to,
I object. Oh.
Oh, sorry.
yeah, you kind of slipped that under, this is the main motion that we've been making
Right.
amendments to for the last.
It's okay.
Mr. Wolf.
I would like to object.
the secretary is going to restate it for us so we know where we are, and then we'll vote on it.
Okay.
Thank you, and thank you, chairs, for
No problem.
allowing me to also.
Okay.
I've had a lot of volunteers.
So the secondary amendment passed, and we are to a main amendment to the budget. Here's what the main amendment to the budget reads, okay? To amend the budget to change line 7380-10 to $186,000, 7380-30 to $7,500, and 7380-40 to $7,500. Then Ms. Adams called the question, that was called without objection. So we're without debate at the question.
And I will register that vote.
Say that again?
He's gonna vote no.
He's gonna vote
Oh.
no.
Yeah.
All right, so, we just go to vote now.
Yeah, roll call.
All right, so roll call vote on this one as well.
For the minutes, who's calling the roll call vote?
Oh, I assume, well, I assume it is going to happen.
That's required.
It's automatic, it's substantive, so it's just automatic.
I would call for it.
Yeah, I'm just going to make that, I'm making a, we're back at the top. Adams,
Yes.
Bowen,
Yes.
Epke,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Hewitt.
No.
I don't think Hogarth is back yet. Hessen,
Yes.
Lucchini. I won't come back.
Yes.
Oh, there it is. Longstreth,
Yes.
Molman,
Yes.
Nana,
Yes.
Michaela,
Yes.
Phillips,
Yes.
Rodset.
Yes, and the coffee urn has been refilled.
Smith.
Yes.
I am voting yes. Madam Chair?
No, I'm not voting.
Not voting. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15 yes, 1 no, and 1 abstain.
All right, the amendment to the proposed budget passes. Okay, Mr. Lucchini.
I'd like to make a motion. First of all, I'd like to update, I really can't see this stuff.
Oh yeah, so we want to give him a chance to get this squared.
Yeah, I basically want to know what I do, I believe that's.
Plus
let's say
28777.
2.8.
Okay.
28,777.
I would like to make a motion to add 24,900.
Can I get quiet in the room, please? In the back?
Hey.
Tara?
I'm sorry. Try to help states.
Okay, I'm making a motion to add, well, heck, $27,900 to line 7360-40, which please correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the Frontier project, correct?
The Frontier project expenses would be divided between 7360-40 and 7360-45. So 40 is accepted.
Hold on.
That's 40.
It all rolls up into the same.
It all rolls up to the same top.
Okay, then I maintain what I just said. So, I'm sorry.
How much are we?
Mr. Ford? Thank you.
So, the amount, what was our bottom line surplus?
28,777.
Okay, so 27,100. I want to leave a little bit of.
27,100.
Of shrapnel on the table.
Right, that's close.
Right, and then you tell me what that new line value is.
I would suggest Vista or Mr. Vizel's company,
Yes.
7060-45.
Okay, you want 45? Then we do 45.
Okay.
So 7360-45 is amended by adding 27,100.
So the new number, will be 231,100.
Now leave our, point of information, what's that leave our surplus at?
Give us a second to get caught up. What does that do to the surplus?
Oh, after this change?
It's like less than $2,000.
Correct.
1,677.
Has it been seconded?
Second.
It has now been seconded.
May I speak to my motion?
Are there any objections? Objection. Please do, Mr. Luchini.
Now I can.
Yes.
Thank you. Look, ballot access is important, but winning is important, and the value of actually winning a legislative seat this time around is immense. And I do not want to roll back on that. I understand that we're looking at transitioning over to possibly a new model involving the LLCC for these non-federal races. That's fine. Right now, we've got to continue this. If we starve this, the Frontier project, it dies. We cannot do that. And I want this thing to succeed. That's it.
Mr. Nana and then Ms. Adams.
So ballot access is important, as he said, winning is important, as he said, you can't win if you don't have ballot access. Well, I always favor ballot access over the Frontier project. I think the Frontier project was aptly funded before, so I oppose adding any more money to that and bringing our surplus down to such a small level.
Yeah, look, I love the Frontier project. I would fund the Frontier project all day. What I will never vote for is leaving our surplus at less than $2,000. That is one missed filing, and we're back in the red. So no, I would be a no on this.
Mr. Mullin and Ms. Longstreth.
And actually, I just have a point of order, or whatever.
Yes.
We're gonna have conversations, please take
Yes.
them out in the hall.
It's become
20
excessive.
steps that way.
Yeah, it's become excessive,
Sorry,
and the
but I
in and
think
out
I
is
have
also
a
very
problem,
disruptive. So I'm gonna ask that everybody, please be respectful of this meeting. Thank you, Mr. Mullin. Mr. Longstreth and then Mr. Hagan.
Yes, so I agree, leaving only less than $2,000 is a problem for.
Excuse me 1 second. Mr. Smith, I literally just asked to please stop the side conversation. Thank you, thank you.
Yes, so I agree, having less than 2,000 as our surplus, I'd love more than that. There's more to do in this budget. We are not done. There are other opportunities that are already identified. If we'd rather do those first and kind of dance around, then that's fine. But I believe, and I can be corrected if I'm wrong by our executive director, but Mr. Bizel's company submitted some asks, and we, in crafting this budget, did the minimum, is my understanding. If we've got an extra 20,000, and we think we can end with a surplus of +5 or +10, which I think we can, I think we should just throw more. We have two main functions in this party right now, and it's ballot access and getting people elected. We funded one, why can't we fund the other? And I do mean fund them. That is what we are doing. And hopefully, if we do well this year, then we continue to demonstrate the LLCC, which we have all agreed through our policy manual to support in some form. We'll then be able to take this off the budget for future years. But we've got to continue the investment. Apollo and his team have said that they would like more than what was originally proposed. And I think we have it. We should give it to them.
Mr. Hagan.
I'd be concerned too about being this close if our reserve was close to the target. However, our current monthly reserve was at 155,000. It's almost 100,000 over the target. So we're going into 2022 with probably almost 100,000 in the bank above our reserve. So normally I'm pretty fiscally conservative, but for this, I'd be okay with having a slight even deficit budget, knowing that we have the surplus money.
Mr. Lucchini, did you want? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Phillips, I had you, and then did you want that?
Richard answered my question.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Lucchini.
So I actually wanted to put it, well, I don't know if it's information. So Ms. Adams, what do you consider to be an adequate reserve or surplus, I should say?
6 months of all of our expenses.
No. All right. I will actually, I have no too big point, but I do actually have some other.
It was Longstreth.
Yeah, changes that would essentially fund this, so.
I'm sorry. Is there any way we can take this?
So, Mr. Langstroth, if you would mind, I know that you've been working on some other items with me in terms of, what is the total net cost savings or reductions on budget lines that you have?
If this passes, I would probably, with what I have that I think would also pass, probably at about plus 11, maybe plus 12. It would be right there. It's a weird number because we got the 777 on there, so I don't quite know how that plays it, but I think it'd be plus 11, plus 12, something like that.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to be recognized on this? Mr. Mullen.
Is there a mechanism where we can just set this aside and come back to it? Because I think that's probably the best option at this point. There seems to be dispute over not if we want to support or increase support, but how much, which seems to be dependent upon other decisions that will be made along the way. So I know that I always use the term wrong, and Richard Brown, our parliamentarian, yells at me, and that's why I'm asking it that way, and not saying just table it.
Motion to lay on the table.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, that. So.
Second.
I'll second.
Mr. Wilford, is that what you were wanting to do?
Yes, so you can pick it up.
All right, so I don't have my cheat sheet.
It's a majority vote. As far as is it debatable?
Does anyone want to?
I have to look. I just was hoping to save that time. Got it?
Does anybody want to?
Yeah.
And the table must be seconded, yes, debatable, no.
Okay, so, we just vote on it then? Yep. Okay, at this time, we'll proceed to a vote on whether or not to lay this on the table. That means we're not bringing it up at any time certain.
No, at any time, someone can make a motion to take from the table and that brings it back up.
Okay, so, show of hands probably on this. All in favor of laying this on the table, please raise your hand. I count 13. Opposed? Anyone want to continue? I see 0. And I will vote 13 in favor of it. Okay, so it is now We are back to the main motion. And Mr. Wilford will update us.
I'm sorry?
We don't have any new ones at this point.
All we have is the budget.
Yeah. Ms. Harworth. And, I'm sorry, Mr. Watsep, you had your hand up from earlier. I had you on the list. Is this for something new?
No, this is new amendment.
Okay, I did.
I propose to amend line 4340 from the current 2,200 to a total of 12,200. The rationale being that this year we have raised over 19,000 on that line. And talking with staff, they believe in 2021, 12,200 is exceptionally reasonable and conservative.
Which line are you?
It is line 4340.
Can you give us the title of that?
That is LP News.
LP News.
Madam Chair, my apologies, I forgot to record. It was past 13-0.
13-0. Okay, so Mr. Watsep, you are moving to
Amend.
increase line 4340 for LP News to 12,200 or by 12,200?
No, to 12,200.
So basically adding $10,000.
Correct. And that is proven by current year activities.
I didn't hear something.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Is there any objection to that amendment? Do you have an objection?
More information to debate.
So you're going to object to them in debate? Okay. All right.
Sure.
So, Mr. Longstreth had his hand up already, and then I'll get to Mr.
Sure, and I'm maybe combining Mr. Hagan's notes here, or thoughts. I do want to note so that everybody is fully aware, this proposed budget reduces LP News. So that being the case, I just want everybody to be aware. Matching it to the numbers that we had this year would not be wise. But I just had a sidebar with Mr. Harris out after talking with Mr. Rousseau as well. This seems doable. This is doable. 10,000 is without a question. We should have no problem doing that. So I think this is safe money that we can revenue. I don't like adding revenue lines unless we're sure. I think this one's safe despite the LP News going down on issue. So I don't want anybody to think we're sneaking that around or anything like that.
And that's why we need to go after the full 19.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hagan?
If I hang on with what Mr. Longstreth said, one of the discussions during the executive committee meeting was to reduce LP News to 2 issues, but allow it to be either larger, more pages, or more premium, more like a magazine. But staff is comfortable with the revenue. I'd be okay with that. Just want to make sure everybody knew that this is a change on the number of issues of LP News.
Yes. That has been taken into account.
Okay.
Anything further on this? All right, we will, are there any continued objections to this? All right, hearing no objections, the amendment passes. So line 4340 is now amended to 12,200. Got it? Ms. Sarwar.
I would like to move to amend line 7310-10 affiliate development material and support from $2,000 to $7,000, an increase of $5,000.
Second. 7310. Yes.
7310-10.
How much was the change?
Plus 5, so 7. Did I hear a second?
Yes,
Over here, right? All right, Ms. Harworth has moved an amendment to 7310-10, increasing it by $5,000 to $7,000. It has been seconded. Are there any objections to that amendment?
I'll object.
Okay. Would you like to speak to it?
Yes. Ms. Hogarth mentioned yesterday to create a matching funds slush fund, I think we call it, for state and county affiliates to use matching funds to do outreach, like parades and whatever they can sponsor. And so that would be contingent on the state saying, we need $500 and us matching it. I'm confident in our fundraising abilities to cover that probably before the first quarter is over.
Please state your objection. All right, is there any further discussion on this item? Any continued objections to this item? All right, hearing no objections. The proposed budget is amended, 7310-10, increase to $7,000. Got it? Mr. Phillips?
Could we just hear what that puts us at in the bottom line, please?
Yes,
What's the
bottom line,
bias?
Mr. Hagan?
Surplus 33,377.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mullin?
As a point of inquiry or something, I know people hate that or something, but maybe when we get back to the main motion, each time we could get the bottom line, because I think that's gonna be a repeating question. So every time we get back to the main motion, just let's go ahead and proactively say, here's where we're at.
That would be a point of personal privilege.
Okay, then that's a point of personal privilege.
Another point of personal privilege, there's another plea on YouTube. I don't know if video or audio being all terrible means that it's scratchy or that we're not speaking loud enough, but I think speaking loud would help and no sidebars.
Okay. All right, so yes, again, as a reminder from yesterday, it's, especially back there, it is very loud with the vents, so just be mindful and speak up.
I might add as a point of personal privilege that not only does the audience much appreciate the loudness, the secretary will later much appreciate the loudness.
All right, how much time do we have, Mr. Longstreth? Do you know?
Yeah.
Point of personal privilege.
Mr. Bowen?
Yeah, I just wanted to announce that the state chair of Connecticut has arrived. This is Dan Rial, another state chair who is here for the meeting. I just wanted to introduce him and have everybody say hello to him if you don't know.
Hi.
Hi, Dan.
Hi, Dan.
I'm Dan, I'm a libertarian.
Hi, Dan. Hi, Dan.
Who else wants to talk about budget? Mr. Longstreth?
I believe that we laid something on the table earlier, and I would like us to pick it up off the table, whatever proper terminology to do that means. Take from the table, thank you. I'd like to take from the table the previous issue that we were.
And that was,
I'm going to read it.
that was, as I recall, Mr. Wilford, line 7360-45 being increased to 27,100, or yes.
I have 23,100, so.
Yeah, 23,100.
Okay.
23. Now, here's a question. You have to pay, I have to sack.
Yeah.
Well,
Mr. Longstreth, do you have?
We do need to vote on, or was there any objection, or?
Oh,
Did that
yes,
pass?
is there any objection to taking it from the table? Okay.
I don't want to be in the queue, we're missing it.
yeah, I think we've already spoken to this. Can I call the question on my own motion?
You can.
Yes, I will do that.
Okay, so I want to make sure I've got the number right. We are looking to amend line 7360-45 to, was it adding 23,100 or was it bringing it to?
Bringing it up to 3,000.
Adding 23,100 to line 7360-45, making it 227,100.
Correct.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Phillips?
Quite a bit, but just if I'm doing the math right in my head, that puts us still at a surplus of around 10,000.
A little over.
10,277. Do we have to re-second this? I mean, he's called the
No,
question.
it's already been
just back.
seconded.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so the question has been called.
Oh, you asked me to second calling the question?
No. I'm sorry.
We do.
We do.
Second.
Yeah, that I do. I just didn't, I wanted to make sure that bringing it from the table automatically included all that. Okay, the question has been called. Is there any objection to calling the question? Is there any objection to this amendment?
Yes. Objection.
All right, is there any further discussion on this amendment? All right,
Could the person who objected speak to their objection?
I already spoke to it
Oh.
last time I objected.
Sorry.
okay, so we'll proceed to a vote on this. We're gonna do roll call again.
Okay. Catch up real quick.
Yep.
Can I take this moment to say one more time, you can't imagine how important it is, not just to the people here with attention issues, but to the people listening, that we keep down sidebars. Because that mumbling keeps people from being able to hear.
Thank you for the reminder.
I'm about to do a roll call vote. I will, for the edification of the body, read the motion one more time before we start going, and I believe we're going from the bottom this time. So the amendment reads to amend the budget to change line 7360-45 to $231,100. And we will start, Adams.
No.
Okay. Bowen.
No.
No. Edke.
Yes.
Yes. Hagan.
Yes?
Yes. Hewitt.
Yes.
Yes. Hogarth.
Yes.
Lucchini.
Yes.
Longstreth.
Yes.
Mullen.
Hold on one second. Yes.
Sanada.
No.
No. Michaela.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Phillips.
Yes.
Yes. Rodset.
Yes.
Yes. Sarwork.
Yes.
Yes. Smith.
Yes.
Yes. I am voting yes, Madam Chair.
Not gonna vote.
I abstain. So with that, I count the total to be 13 in favor, 3 against, and 1 abstention.
Pirate, so I was going to say aye.
13, 3, 1. All right. The motion passes. The proposed budget is amended accordingly. Mr.
Is it? Because what I saw on the screen is different than the motion I just read. So is that amended?
It was an increase of,
I'm going to read as I read it before we voted.
Yes, please.
Okay. To change line 7360-45 to 231,100.
it was, it was increasing by that number.
Oh, yeah. Increasing by that. Right.
That 231,000 is not how many increases. The motion that he just read said that number was gonna be 231,000.
Yeah, I read that 3 times.
Okay. So, it was increased by more than $23,100.
So as a point of order, I just, technically we should go rescind it if nobody objects.
Right. Exactly.
What was the difference?
The difference was what, Mr. Hagan? If it now it's gonna be 231,000 in that line?
Oh, it changes to
Yes, I think it's
Everyone votes motion.
39.
If we did that, the bottom line is a surplus of 6,000.
No. Hold on.
What you're asking?
So like your amount is there a surplus?
The difference was,
Yeah. The wrong number was in the spreadsheet before we voted.
3,900.
There was 3,900?
Yeah.
You want to try and do an amendment real quick to that? or?
Nobody's objecting. On we go.
Okay.
So. sorry.
231,000. Mr. Hewitt,
So, Madam Chair, I'd like to amend the budget,
how so?
and I would like to take $5,000 and based upon on what Ms. Hogarth just said, we need to go ahead and spend about $5,000 on audio video equipment, so we can have real meetings and we don't have to worry about trying to speak up and speak louder than music coming out of nowhere in different AC. And I would like to go ahead and take that from either 7108-10, the Building Fund Express, or if that doesn't really apply as much, maybe go with 7200-30 with other events.
Okay, wait. I'm not really clear on what
Mr. Hewitt, you are asking to move $5,000 from where?
Take it out of the building fund expense. I don't think we can. We can't. Increase the expenses by 5,000. For AV.
Information that may be relevant to this.
Please, Mr. Hewitt.
Building fund expenses are restricted. They're not federal funds expenses. This expenditure would not be one that we would pay out of buildings and events. So you would be eliminating an expenditure of restricted funds and adding an expenditure of unrestricted funds, which would have an effect on.
So again, that's why I did the either or.
I would recommend it.
Okay, so we'll try other, since this is actually an event.
So you are moving to move $5,000 from where?
40.
Which line?
In other events, we would increase an expense in other events.
So you're increasing. Line number?
7,230.
You're increasing 7,230 by
$5,000, bringing it to 20,000, or is that?
20,600.
It would bring it to $20,600, increase of 5,000.
So I'm gonna say it one more time, just to make sure I'm understanding we're all clear. We are changing lines 7,230 to 20,600, is that correct?
That's correct.
Well,
with the body's indulgence, Mr. Harris has something to add.
thank you. So perhaps this is just for the sake of my clarity in what's happening, so that I understand what's being suggested. Is the suggestion that we take $5,000 of what is currently allocated, $15,006 that's currently allocated towards other events, and spend that on the purchase of equipment, or that we remove it and then add it to a different line item, and we're adding it into a different line item?
The suggestion was to increase the expense by $5,000. We just don't know which line item to put that expense in.
Got you.
We want $5,000 extra in the budget for fixing this sound problem.
Yes.
With the body's indulgence, I would ask Mr. Kraus whether that would be more appropriate in other events or general administrative expense.
General admin.
There we go.
General admin.
Well, that's good, because they're still figuring out the cost.
So, Mr. Hewitt,
So that's,
where would you like to add $5,000 as an increase in expense line? Which line would you like to increase?
the general which line is that?
Which one?
I'm deferring to our talented staff.
And I think, right, Tim?
That one's office supplies and non-capital equipment.
That would be it.
That one would be it, okay, so 8110.
8110, yes.
Mr. Hewitt has moved to increase line 8110 by $5,000. Is that what it would be?
I have not updated.
Okay, so it would be 11,800 in that space.
So let me read this, make sure I have it clear.
Please.
Mr. Hewitt moved to amend the budget to change line 8110 to 11,800.
Yeah. That's an expense.
That is an expense line, right?
Yes. If we're gonna be a big party, we need to look like a big party.
All right, it has been seconded. Any objections to this? Hearing-
Yes,
Okay, Mr. Hewitt, do you feel you've already spoken to your motion?
I believe I've spoken.
Okay, go for it.
The reason why I object to this is not that I don't disagree. We absolutely need better equipment.
I think that it would be more prudent on this body to make a motion to instruct staff to price out some things and come back to us and instruct them to purchase from there, rather than trying to increase the budget line some unknown amounts and not knowing exactly what we need. And I would be very, very supportive of instructing staff to do that, because it is a problem that needs to be fixed, but I don't think it needs to be in our budget.
Ms. Adams?
So I'm fine with moving the money with the caveat that we do what Richard just said as well, right? What I don't want to do is we move the money and there's an assumption that somebody's going to do the thing, but there's no direction or clear direction for somebody to do the thing. So the thing either doesn't get done or it gets done in a way that we're not happy with. So I'm fine with moving the money, but I would like to see a caveat like that added.
I think if I understand the intent of Mr. Hewitt and Mr. Rivera's motion, it is to allocate, well, I know I know Tim, seriously, I know what's up. So the point is that I believe the intent is just to put enough money there that any reasonable solution could be purchased. As has been noted, we don't have to spend all the money. And, obviously this has been put there for that. I know Mr. Kraus in particular is very frugal with how operational expenses, how operations are expended. So I would expect that Mr. Kraus would make sure that we're getting the right system at the right price, and is always happy to save money. So I would urge the body to support this. We definitely need it. It will help our members. It will help our presentation to potential members. It makes us look, as Mr. Hewitt put, like a big boy party. So,
Mr. Wolford and then Mr. Smith.
Yeah, I think this has mostly been addressed, but I want to hear it said explicitly. I want to ask our executive director if it is understood that if this motion passes, that staff is directed to shop out and find a good price solution for this problem.
It is understood.
There we go.
Mr. Smith and then Mr. Lucchini.
Yeah, I just spoke with our executive director, and I'd be willing to help you guys set up an audio visual system that's really nice for much cheaper than what we're allocating here.
Portable.
Much more affordable. And portable. And portable, yeah, absolutely. If you guys see my show, I spent about 100 hours researching audio visual stuff, so I got a good beat on it these days. It won't cost you, I won't make you pay me, so it'll be cheaper, much cheaper.
Mr. Lucchini.
I have to leave, so Mr. Flores is taking over for Regional 1. Thank you. Thank you.
Safe travels.
Is there any further discussion on this item? Mr. Hewitt?
Just to finish up, look, a budget is more than anything, it's a list of priorities. And the reason why this on there, this needs to be a priority. We've had problems over the past and everything else, and hopefully, after COVID, we'll be able to move our chairs in a little bit, be a little bit cozier, so I don't have to, I gotta be able to throw spit wads at Mr. Longstreth for this body to function. So, with that, like I say, I'll call the question.
All right, the question has been called. Any objection to calling the question?
That was Mr. Hewitt, right?
That was Mr. Hewitt. All right, we will proceed to a vote on this motion because I assume that there is opposition.
one chance.
Okay, is there still any remaining objection to this? All right, passes. Wow, thank you.
Everyone on YouTube now loves you.
Yeah, for about 2 seconds. Mr. Hagan.
So point of personal privilege,
Ms.
actually.
Longstreth.
I'm curious, do we have a leave time list anywhere? And do we have a time certain that we must stop today, or what is our?
I'm not aware of any time certain, and I didn't circulate a leave list.
I'm gonna circulate a leave list. If you don't mind, write your leave time down.
We've had one leave so far, right? But we've got a body there. Is circulating a leave list actually necessary?
We can discuss
Is
if you want.
anyone?
I was trying to do.
Yeah, Is there anyone who knows they have to be leaving at a certain time? Everybody, like, really? Okay. Well, if you still wanna know what that time is, go ahead. I always just stay the next day. It's just easier.
It's easier.
Actually, that's not true always. It was cheaper to fly home tomorrow or Tuesday than tomorrow.
Tuesdays.
Yes.
Oh, well then, yeah, because I looked at that. It wasn't
Yes.
for me.
It cost me a bit.
So it just depends. All right, we still are in budget. Let's talk about it. Mr. Hagan.
So our new bottom line is a surplus of 1,377.
Point of information.
His hand popped up first, but,
I called the question on the budget.
Jeff.
Mr. Mullen, real
Okay.
quick, let's get.
Point of information, what do we have in the surplus reserve at the moment in addition to this budget? That in theory, most of which will carry over till next year.
$155,352. That was as of the end of October. We have end of November numbers yet. And target reserve is 55,500.
Then can I ask, Mr. Kraus or Harris, are we positive or negative on building the reserve right now?
Negative.
Okay.
And will continue to be in January as well, because that's a month where we incur a lot of expenses that are annual expenses.
It's a follow-up, the same topic. Okay.
Let me just say, Mr. Rodza, you did call the question. I did not hear a second, but I did hear an objection, so.
I object also.
Real quick, Dan, are we burning cash faster than would put us below 100,000 by the end of January at our current rate in the reserve? In other words, are we losing 25, 27K a month?
Well, with the caveat that revenue during that period of time is currently unknown.
Sure.
If we had to.
Yeah.
The trend.
November was not good.
Sorry, the
so.
trend.
The question is, are you going to make us a bunch of money next month? Or this month?
For the next 3 weeks.
To cover all of our many expenses coming up.
We have two major gift pledges that have yet to come in, that we are going to work really hard to close the deal on. We have just put out a ton of direct mail, and we did a big economy piece, because we know the economy is a really galvanizing issue for the party. So we're hopeful, and then our money bomb at the end of the year, the last week of the year, we do a big money bomb. So there's intense fundraising planning that has gone on. So I'm hopeful, but as you guys talk about these dollars and cents, I'm like out of the room because I'm having like anxiety attacks. I know that this is my job to like actually make all of this a reality for you. So I take my job very seriously. Hopefully we'll.
So, Mr. Molman, on the basis of that response, I'm very confident in answering your question with a maybe.
Let me rephrase my question. If we were to bet money on it. Yeah, I mean, personally, you and I.
do that. Yeah.
Okay, we'll see what
If we were to bet, would you bet that we would be above 100K in our surplus by the end of January if things continue on the trend that they're on?
I would be very confident we would be above the required reserve threshold. 100K,
Okay.
I might give you even money on.
Consistently, January is a tough month for us. January and November are both really tough months for fundraising. If you look at our reports that you can see, and I put in my development report. So there is that. Everybody's paying off their bills.
I don't think there is any clearer answer than what I got, so thank you.
But if you want to do call time, Ken. I'm sure.
I'm raising money.
Did you just say sorta?
I'm working at different ways.
Mr. Rodsett called the question, was not seconded, but there was objection. So,
Yeah, I didn't realize,
I didn't know what to say.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Wolford?
nobody seemed to be recognized, and the call of the question failing, I think at this time.
No, wait, it was just second.
I seconded it.
Oh, the, okay.
It was just now seconded.
Let me amend my minutes.
I didn't
I was gonna say, I think we
Yeah,
proceed to a vote anyway, but.
Yeah.
Yes, we're going to vote on it anyway. Are you ready?
This is non-debatable, right? Is anyone?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I have 4 other amendments.
All in favor of calling the question, raise your hand. I see 5. Opposed? I see 9. We are still talking about budget. Mr. Phillips.
I have an amendment proposed to line 7395, the Historical Preservation Committee. I would like to reduce it from 4,200 to 3,200.
Second.
Line 7395, reduced by $1,000 essentially.
Yes, ma'am.
So subtract 1,000, bringing it to 3,200.
Okay.
All right. That's been moved and seconded. The objection to this amendment?
Objection, I'd like to hear.
The reasoning is very simple. We have been talking all day about making things self-sustaining as much as possible. They're budgeted to raise $3,200, and they're budgeted to spend $4,200. So that just brings the numbers in alignment.
Did you want to speak to your objection?
No.
Mr. Longstreth?
If the body would indulge us, we were not able to hear a Historical Preservation Committee report yesterday, and I know that the chair is in the room, and I would like to hear something about what's going on in the Historical Preservation Committee before we vote on changing the budget, just like we did with ballot access.
Oh, I have the same point.
Can we hear from our chair?
Yes. Is there any objection to hearing from Ms. Harlow?
I would object to anything outside of the funds, anything related to the current proposed amendment on the table.
In other words,
You don't want the total.
Right, because it's out of order at this time.
Yeah.
We're in the budget discussion, and after this, if whichever one of the committees are here, I'd love to hear those reports, but for now.
so Ms. Harlow, if you will.
I did submit a report. I don't see it distributed to the LNC, but I submitted one yesterday or the night before. But is there a specific question? Because a vague here from, I don't know what the specific question is, but there's one factoid that might answer the question. Over the lifetime of the Historical Committee, we've raised more money than we've spent. We've been a money maker. Over the course of the Historical Committee, we've raised $22,500 and spent $22,300. I always make my budget. If I don't make it, I don't spend it. But if the suggestion was to make the two even out, yeah, they should even out. Whatever number is in there, they should even out, because my aim is always to raise what we spend and not cost the party anything.
Ms. Harlow, I am not seeing a report in my email.
I sent it to Mr. Hagan.
Okay, I think he's checked.
I did upload it to the Google Drive. I didn't forward it to the business.
So
Sorry,
it is in the Google
sorry,
Drive
forgot
meeting.
about. Used to.
Ms. Adams?
Yeah, I just have a question for Ms. Harlow. So the motion for
Yes.
clarity is to change, that the budget line says $4,200. Mr. Phillips proposal changes it to $3,200 because that's what you guys are supposed to do.
Yeah,
Is that, you're
that's
comfortable
fine,
with
because what
3,200?
happens is, yeah, I'm comfortable with that.
Okay.
Because if, like, say for instance, I end up raising more, I just ask for the budget to be raised and it still
Right.
balances. It's a paper thing, really. I tend to be a zero.
Okay, as long as you're comfortable with it.
Is there any further discussion on this matter? Any remaining objections to lowering the line item 7395 from 4,200 to 3,200? Hearing no objections, the amendment passes. Ms. Adams?
So I have an amendment to the budget. Let me pull up my list here. So, on line 7375, branding and political materials, I would move to decrease that from 44.5 to 30,000.
So-
7375 for branding and political materials.
Sure, I'll second it.
Decreasing it from 14.5?
From 44.5 to 30,000.
$73.75.
Yeah, that's what I have. 73.
That's 14.
75. Oh, that got approved, yeah. Do we need a bottom line number also before we move on? Bringing it down to 30,000, so that is a decrease of $14,500. Mr. Longstreth did second. Any objection to this amendment?
Yeah.
Mr. Hagan? Ms. Adams, would you please, there's an objection, so please speak to your motion.
I'm actually going to yield my time to Mr. Longstreth. This is something that he and I worked on yesterday, but I think he will be better able to lay out the rationale.
Mr. Longstreth?
Sure. Hold it up on my line, make sure I'm talking about the right thing here. Sorry, everyone.
Sorry, we worked on this a lot.
And remember to speak up.
Yeah, thank you, sorry. So 7375 is branding and political materials. Looking at what's been extrapolated for this year, we are looking at $24,861 is the extrapolated end of year fund. And we are proposing increasing this another 20,000. As far as I can tell, looking at this budget, note Q says that this is projected to break even. So if there's something that I'm missing here, then I would love to hear it. And I think that's what Mr. Hagan's going to talk about. But at a glance, looking at what we did this year, we don't need to increase 20,000 next year. Unless something's missing. So.
Mr. Hagan?
Actually, I'll move to amend the motion to, also change line 4375, which is branding political materials revenue, to also make it 30,000.
Will you tell me that line again, the number?
4375,
43.
I would second that.
and that's branding political materials under the revenues. It's currently 44,500 to also make it 30,000.
So that's a commensurate adjustment?
Correct.
And I did hear a second on Mr. Hagan's amendment to the amendment. So where we are is Ms. Adams moved to adjust line 7375 down to 30,000, and Mr. Hagan is moving to amend it by also adding commensurate adjustment on line 4375 to 30,000. Any objection to Mr. Hagan's amendment to Ms. Adams' amendment? Hearing no objection, the amendment passes. We are now at
Madam Chair, as a point of personal privilege, I just wanted to share, based on the lead times that were sent around, it appears that we will not lose quorum until about 4:45, although I will note that we start having people leave about 15 minutes to half an hour, beginning at 2.
Okay, which is gonna be super short. What did you say? Oh, yeah, Okay, any further discussion on Ms. Adams' amendment? Any objections to the amendment? And again, that is adjusting line 7375 to 30,000 and accordingly line 4375 to 30,000. All right, hearing no objections, the motion passes.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Adams?
I would move, I know it's not on the agenda, I know I still have at least 2 more budget amendments that I need to bring before all of you. But seeing as it is now noon, I would ask if, or move that we break for 45 minutes for lunch.
So, if I may, we don't typically break for lunch on Sunday. Also, we have council's report that we've already rescheduled from yesterday. Trying to be respectful of Mr. Hall's time as well. I didn't hear a second.
I would second it, sounds fine.
I would be amenable to 15 minutes to grab and go sandwich and bring it back.
So bagels.
So I'm hearing 15-minute recess. Is there any objection to a 45-minute recess?
Yes.
Yes.
Objection.
Ms. Adams, do you feel that you've spoken to it?
Yeah.
Is this amendable?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Longstreth?
Move to amend from a 15-minute recess, or a 45-minute recess to a 15-minute recess.
Second.
All right, we have an amendment to do a 15-minute recess instead of 45-minute recess. Has been seconded. Any objection to 15-minute recess? All right, hearing no objection, we are recessed for 15 minutes, and thank you for that.
Please be back at exactly 12:30.
Thank you.
Just so that everyone is aware, timeline-wise,
I would like to point out that, as I mentioned earlier, we have Mr. Hall sort of slated for a particular time of day, and I would very much like to keep it at that time of day.
I'm sure what time is that?
I would like to say an hour and 45 minutes from now is what he is prepared for, and I've been kind of stringing him along at this point, so 2:15?
Is that what you said?
An hour and 45 minutes from now.
Yeah,
So
that
that'd be-
Okay, so, I would ask that at 2:15, whatever we have to do to stop what we're doing to hear from Mr. Hall, if you guys would.
I would recommend.
What's that?
I would recommend it laying on the table.
Whatever good ones you have.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Maybe you can.
Okay. Hang on. Mr. Flores.
I'd like to move to amend the agenda to move the filling of committee vacancies to the list.
Point of order.
I withdraw the motion for the time.
Mr. Flores, I did not hear you.
That's okay. I will hold off on that for the moment because I believe it's out of order at this time.
Okay. Mr. Smith.
I'd like to make a motion to table the rest of the budget discussion until after we address the Delaware situation, as we have Delaware members who drove here from out of town to be a part of this meeting. I second.
Objection. I'm gonna object.
There's been a motion to basically postpone the rest of the budget discussion to take up the Delaware matter. There's been a second and objections. You spoke to your motion.
Yeah, I think we have people who have driven here from out of town that deserve some kind of answer from us.
You want to speak to your objection?
I'm going to speak against. From my understanding, we have two items, and I've asked that they be combined, get it done, we're done with the budget. I want to hear from the Delaware folks, but let's just get the budget done and done, let's be done.
Okay. Yes, so, anyone else wishing to speak on that?
I'd like to offer a amendment. I'd like to amend to consider the Delaware discussion immediately after the budget. Would be a substitute.
Can't amend the agenda.
Because the motion's to table. Oh, yeah.
Mr. McNeil, what were you going to say?
I was gonna say to amend it to be that we'll consider the Delaware situation immediately after the budget. So we'll just move to Delaware right after we're finished with the budget.
So it's a substitute.
Substitute.
Because we're in the middle of a motion, that would be, we're already going to make a motion on the table. Once we're back out of this motion, we're back to open session with the agenda, then you would be able to make the motion to amend the agenda. But right now, we're in the middle of a motion.
I would actually disagree with that. I think he is amending what the other guy said. I would point out that if he is going to make a motion, that if a motion to lay on the table is made, it is not debatable. So, although an amendment is in order, if the amendment fails, we would go forward without debate on whether it's going to take.
All right. Okay. So, we have an amendment to Mr. Smith's motion, which is instead of taking it up now, to take it up after the budget discussion. And also keeping in mind that we have the council's report. At 2:15, yeah. And we did hear objections to this amendment as well. All right, Mr. Nikayla, do you want to speak to your?
Point of order.
I don't understand why it's out of order.
Is that your ruling? I
Yes.
appeal the ruling of the
It's-
chair.
It's an amendment to an amendment.
We are in the middle of a main motion. We cannot change.
What main, are you, oh,
We
you're
are-
talking about the budget?
We cannot change
I
the
get
agenda while
it.
we.
I got you. Now I get it. Sorry.
What motion?
You are correct.
We are discussing the budget.
You are
What
correct,
motion
Mr.
was made on the
Longstreth,
budget?
excuse me. I'm out. The budget is the motion.
Is
The
there
budget
been a
is
motion
the
to
motion.
adopt?
Yes. Yes.
That's
There's
why
a
we keep
motion to
amending.
adopt already.
Yes, it was made first thing this morning.
That's why we keep amending.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Longstreth. I missed your
sorry.
point. Thank you very much. All right, it is out of order. On we go. Okay. Ms. Adams.
Point of order.
My
The motion to lay on
not
the
out of
table
order.
is still.
My motion is not out of
Josh's
order.
motion.
Josh's motion is out of order.
My motion is not out of order. The table, the budget discussion is not out of order.
Stephen's motion is out of order, but Josh's is not.
Discussion, that's a point of order.
Okay. So, we have a motion to table, which is in order, to take up, specifically to take up the Delaware matter now. It was seconded and there was objection. You were the one who objected. Multiple people.
I don't remember.
Oh, no, you spoke to the
No, it's-
amending.
it's- Yeah.
Objection if nobody else is.
Right. And I know. Okay. Mr. Longstreth, would you like to speak to your objection?
This is one of those clear examples where we are wasting time to try to save time. We have one more, that I know, one more proposal to hear on the budget, and then we can approve this and we can move on. We are LARPing right now, guys.
Yes.
Stop it.
Okay, stop. I'm sorry. I need a minute. The motion to table is not debatable. The problem is he didn't actually call it a motion to table.
That's exactly what.
He said,
You said table.
I moved to table the budget discussion until.
Okay.
I mean, that's what I said.
it's not debatable. So at this point, we're going to vote. All in favor of tabling the budget discussion to take up Delaware specifically at this time? Raise your hand. I see 5. All opposed? Eight opposed? All right. The motion fails. So I'm gonna ask from now on that you don't talk to each other about your objections and decide what the rulings are going to be amongst yourself. That would be super helpful. Thank you. And I apologize for my confusion. All right, so, Ms. Adams.
Madam Chair, I would move to amend the budget as follows. On line 7320, marketing and outreach expenses, I would move to decrease from 8,000 to 5,000. And on line 7330, which is media relations and PR, I would move to decrease from 14,000 to 13,005.
3330 to 13,005?
No, wait a minute.
10.
10, yeah.
Thank you.
So 7320.
Yeah,
decreasing
sorry, to
3.
10. And I didn't make the change when I made it.
7320 is to what now?
To 5,000.
Okay, I keep hearing someone say 10 over there.
That was a different one.
Okay, and 7330
That's to 10.
To 10.
from 14,000 to 10. Okay. I didn't hear.
Second.
All right. Mr. Woodward, you go ahead and repeat that, and then I'll ask for objection.
Yep. Ms. Adams moved to amend the budget by changing line 7320 to $5,000 and line 7330 to $10,000.
Are there any objections to that? Okay, there's an objection. Ms. Adams, would you like to speak to your motion?
These are really simple changes. They're based on past performance, past spending, projected performance and projected spending. They help us free up the money that we just spent on ballot access and all kinds of other stuff, including new
equipment so that people can hear us better. So we'd ask you to support that.
Mr. Hagan?
A question for Mr. Harris. The 8,000 or 73, line 7320, currently at 8, we budget 8,000 for Freedom Fest silver package. If we drop that to 5,000, how would that, what would you change to match that? And also, what would you change for the other change, which proposed change, which is for Meltwater subscription plus Wall Street Journal and National Press Club memberships?
Perhaps you can help me answer that question, Tim. If you have that breakdown in front of you, the Meltwater subscription itself, I believe, is a large share of that 14,000. Do you know how large a share that is?
No, I don't.
Mr. Kraus then will need a moment to be able to.
Do you know the answer to that specific question?
I actually have a point of information that's very important. We are actually in negotiation of trading sponsorships with Freedom Fest, so we will not have to spend that money on that sponsorship package at all if we give them a sponsorship to our convention.
That was going to be my answer on the other part of the question, but I will say.
They've agreed to it.
There are some important words in that. It is still up in the air, though it's looking likely because we have agreement on their end.
Valerie and I are speaking about it Monday.
It is likely that we will not need that budget line. Back on the Meltwater question.
I'm still looking up.
We'll find out how much of that 14,000 it is. The Meltwater is an annual subscription, so it's an all or none. We can't get rid of 10% of it.
So, what I understand Mr. Hagan's question to be is, recognizing these proposed decreases, which part of that line item is gonna be coming? Which service or thing are we cutting?
My concern is that the media relations and PR, if it is substantially Meltwater, may not be able to be cut in the manner that you're describing without cutting it effectively down to nearly zero.
Right.
By having to cancel.
Because it's a package.
But 7320 will wash anyway.
But 7320 can be cut very nearly to zero if that's the only line item in it.
And the COC has already approved the table.
Right, it's just not set in stone yet.
Yeah.
And it's not on.
Well, I do have an email saying that she's very excited to do this, and we're
Excellent.
gonna talk about it on Monday.
I think this committee could confidently reduce that line. Robert, do you have the Meltwater?
Yeah, so Meltwater is $12,500 a year. And then also in there is the National Press Club, which is $1,200 a year, I believe. And I think that's almost about it, except for one small tiny subscription at like $19 a month. So.
Yeah, that's basically the whole thing.
Those would be the quantas within that line. So to go below you said 12.5, Robert?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can go to that or you can go to zero.
Mr. Smith?
Is someone gonna amend over here? How are you guys gonna?
Exactly. Yes, you can get three.
Yeah. Mr. Alonso?
If someone's gonna amend, I'll jump the queue, go.
So, I'm gonna speak briefly on these and then I do have an amendment. In both of these cases, if you look at our extrapolated budget, we are talking about increases of 5,000 on 7320 and an increase of 11,000 on 7330. The numbers we just heard don't jive with what's been spent this year on this budget. So I know there's probably a good reason. That said, the 14,000 more than covers that 12.5. So my motion to amend is actually going to be to reduce it further to 12.5 on 7330.
Are you making that motion?
I did.
Second. So the final number in 7330 is what?
12.5.
12,500. 12,500.
Mr. Phillips?
I would, yeah, something to second. Oh, no, actually, Mr. Phillips seconded. My question is, since we're talking about the National Press Club membership, which, you know, to be perfectly honest, I went out and got the money for to begin with. Have we used it?
Nope.
Speaking
Will
to
you
answer
allow Mr.
that
Harris?
question in a little bit more detail, We have not utilized it in a substantive way. The National Press Club itself, during COVID, has not been open to very many personal events for the last 2 years. Timing has been an issue. There have been virtual events. We've not attended them with regularity. So I can't say that we're using it to the fullest even in light of that, but perhaps the concept of the value we would derive from it prior to the pandemic was radically affected by how the National Press Club has responded to that and the level of in-person events that are even available for us to utilize.
Can you speak up, Mr. Harris?
I apologize. Do I need to reiterate or do I need to
I heard.
Just
I will make a
forward.
note for future responses.
Mr. Kraus, do you have something to add to this, where we are right now?
Yep.
Body's indulgence, Mr. Kraus.
Okay, so the meltwater expense is a prepaid expense. That's October through October. So we are rolling through that all the way to next October. So the question is, are you willing to raise the budget this year so I can book it all in this year so you can save it next year? Or you can cut off 2 months, $2,000, and we just don't renew it next October. And we could give you that $2,000 in savings by not renewing it. And if the new media person wants it back, then she or he could always come here and ask for an increase in the budget to take care of that. But the way it's currently booked as a prepaid expense, that is done monthly through next October. So again, in order to cut more of that money out of next year, I need to put back into this year so I can fully book it this year. Either way, it's basically already paid for, right?
Thank you, Mr. Kraus. Or you want back in now? Okay, and then Ms. Allen.
I'm gonna call the question.
All right, questions have been called, which is the amendment.
The secondary amendment?
Mr. Longstreth's amendment, what I heard. 12, amending line 7330 all the way to 12.5, down to 12.5, 12,500, and 7320
What?
to 5,000.
I could call, but that would be plenty too long. Okay, I'll call all the questions.
Well,
How about that?
George,
I'll call all questions.
Did someone second his call of the question?
Yes.
now the second to calling all pending questions?
All pending.
Well, his first motion was to call the question.
Yeah, but, Ms. Adams said that this was her last proposal, so if that's true, then I'm gonna call.
Okay, and Mr. Nana, was that you?
I second.
Oh, Mr. Rosen. Okay, so all questions have been called. Are there any objections to calling all questions? Hearing no objections.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mullen?
As a point of information to make sure the body knows, that means we're going all the way down, including passing the budget.
That is correct.
Correct.
So, where we are, all questions have been called. We are now going to the current amendment, which is 7330, line 7330 down to 12,500, line 7320 down to 5,000, and then the budget
Okay.
as presented at this time.
3 votes. I think you skipped the one there, Madam Chair. It's 3 votes. Should be 3 votes. No, she said 3. Did she say 3? The amendment, Ms. Adams' motion.
And then budget.
Okay, I missed one, I'm sorry, my fault.
Yep.
I apologize.
Okay. All right, so 3 consecutive votes. So the first one is on the amendment to Ms. Adams' amendment, which is line 7330 all the way down to 12.5.
I want to be clear because some of the wording here is making me think I may have reported something wrong. The original motion had 7330 at 10,000, and now we're saying 7330 all the way down to 12.5, which is a higher number than the.
You're right.
Okay.
You were putting it back into it.
Yeah, yes, he was.
All right, just making sure I have the numbers
You're right.
correctly recorded.
Yeah. Okay, so 7330 to 12.5. Are there any objections to that? Okay, no objections. Line 7330 is, as part of Ms. Adams' amendment, is going to be 12,500. Now, Ms. Adams' amendment is the combined two steps, 7320 to 5,000. And line 7330 is now 12.5. Got that? All right. Are there any objections to that amendment? Hearing none, that passes. Now we are at the main motion, which is the budget. I assume everyone wants to see the bottom line.
7,000.
If you can't see the back, you're showing a surplus of 75 as well.
Thank you.
Can I go ahead and Chair request a roll call?
That's fine, yeah. It's gonna be roll call anyway.
We did that.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Wolver.
Okay. I have lost track of where we are, so we're going from the top right now. Okay. Adams.
Yes.
Come on. There we go. Bowen.
Yes.
Epke.
Yes.
Hagan.
Yes.
Hewitt.
Why not? Sure.
Hogarth.
Yes.
Lucchini. Flores.
Yes.
Longstreth.
Yes.
Mullen.
Yes.
Nana.
Yes.
Michaela.
Aye.
Yes.
Phillips.
Yes.
Redsap.
Yes.
Sarwar.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
I am voting yes. Madam Chair?
Yes. All right, orders of the day actually have us with council's report. I would prefer to do that if he is available. We had tried, we thought we were gonna be taking longer on this, so that's why I suggested 2:15. That is not set in stone because we did not vote on it, but he's now not responding, so. Mr., I don't know which one of you had your hand up first.
Me. I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda to take up the Delaware issue now.
Second.
Are there any objections?
Objection.
All right, Mr. Smith, do you want to speak to it again?
Yeah, I mean, same thing. We have people from Delaware that have showed up here, they've been here for 2 days, they're waiting for, left them hanging in the wind on our phone call, and we need to do what we can to make that right. And I think that we need to do it while they're here and while they have the time to speak on their own behalf, so.
Mr. Wilford, are you going to speak to your objection?
Yes, I would like to respect the time, the people that we have who are trying to call in. I expect this Delaware situation to take a while. I expect this to be contentious. Let's get this over with and move to Delaware.
Anyone else wishing to speak on this? Members of the body?
I'll just say, I think the members of Delaware are more important than Mr. Hall at this point. I think Mr. Hall is very important to this organization for today, for these matters. The members of Delaware are way more important and need to be done now.
Ms. Adams?
Have you already spoken to Mr. Hall? Do we already have him on deck for 2-ish and planning to call in at 2-ish?
Technically, yes, it's.
Thank you.
This hour, 20 minutes. The motion's already been submitted.
to amend. I would like to add to the end of that, to the, let's see, to move sorry, let me read what I have. Mr. Smith moved to amend the agenda to move immediately to the motion pertaining to the Delaware affiliate, and I want to add to that, to go until 2 o'clock.
2:10 will be okay.
2:10.
Yeah.
Second. Mr. Walsh called it too, because we had a
All right. So we have a motion to go immediately into discussion of the Delaware situation. There's a proposed amendment to end that at 2:10.
I'm sorry, the agenda request was for 30 minutes. Are you saying no
Well, then,
later than, sorry?
Yeah, I'll withdraw my motion. Well, then,
I mean, that's fine.
I said what it says.
So no later than 2 o'clock?
No later than 2:10.
Yeah, hers.
All right. The amendment was seconded. Is there any objection to the amendment, which basically puts a hard stop on the Delaware discussion at 2:10? No objection. Okay, so it is amended. Now we are back to Mr. Smith's motion, which is to take up the Delaware situation right now with a hard stop on that matter at 2:10. Any objections to that? Hearing no objections. We are talking about LB Delaware.
So I was the mover in that. Do I need to read out the motion?
Are you asking for the floor?
Yes.
Yeah. That's,
Okay.
yes. I thought that's not. You all have the motion in front of you. Do I need to read that?
It hasn't changed,
Probably should.
because what you noted.
I appreciate the point of information.
All right, is it possible to get it on the screen?
It's rather long, is my only.
Point of information, Madam Chair.
Mr. Bowen?
The last one I got was 5 days ago. Is that the current motion?
That is the current
Thank you.
motion. So you're looking at it.
Are you gonna put it on the screen?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Higgins.
So I will not read it if it's going to be on the screen.
I mean, that would be preferable, but it's just gonna depend on how easy it is to read.
Madam Chair, point of personal privilege.
Ms. Adams?
I would ask for Ms. Hogarth to read it. The screen is difficult to see.
That's
We have a
good.
lot of members in the gallery who don't have it in front of them.
Happy to.
I got you. When you're ready, Ms. Howard.
Yeah.
And remember to speak up.
Yes. Whereas some members of the state leadership within the Libertarian Party of Delaware have admittedly acted in bad faith to intentionally obscure notice requirements of meetings and rule changes, thus violating the actual purpose of providing notice, and have further acted without notice to purportedly expel members of their board outside of any reasonable process, and then further acted to redefine membership and strip membership status from a supermajority of members, changing the size of LPD membership from over 2,000 to less than 30, and have in this manner created a division as to which persons are the recognized leadership and membership of the Libertarian Party of Delaware. And whereas Article 5, Paragraph 3 of the bylaws of the Libertarian Party require that the Libertarian National Committee only recognize one state-level affiliate party in any one state, whereas Article 5, Paragraph 5 of the bylaws prevents the abridgment of the autonomy of affiliate parties. It's hereby resolved, the National Committee of the Libertarian Party takes the following actions. 1, the National Committee immediately cease all support activities, data sharing, and other services for and with the Libertarian Party of Delaware, with the exception of providing a list of National Party members in Delaware as needed to facilitate a general membership meeting as outlined below. 2, the National Committee encourages a general membership meeting to be held to determine which leadership is the rightful leadership of the Libertarian Party of Delaware, with participation both open to and limited to, all those who meet the criteria to be a member under the definition of membership as defined in the Articles of Association and bylaws of the Libertarian Party of Delaware as of the 2021 Annual Convention of the Libertarian Party of Delaware. 3, upon the completion of the general meeting of the membership, the National Committee shall recognize that leadership which is recognized by the body of that general meeting, and upon majority vote of the National Committee shall consider the matter resolved and return to normal relations with the Libertarian Party of Delaware. 4, if there are competing general meetings or conventions, the National Committee shall recognize the convention or general meeting of the membership with the greatest number of those who qualify as members using the definition of membership as defined in the Articles of Association and the bylaws of the Libertarian Party of Delaware as of the 2021 Annual Convention of the LPA Delaware. 5, unless resolved at least 1 month prior to the 2022 National Convention, the National Committee asks that the Credentials Committee leave open the question of which delegates to recognize to be seated as the delegation from Delaware to the National Convention, leaving the question to the seated delegates as to which slate of delegates shall be seated from Delaware. 6, upon resolution, the National Committee shall enforce the provisions of the bylaws of the Libertarian Party, Article 5, Paragraph 1.
I second it.
Mr. Robinson, I'm sorry, Mr. Longstress.
Mr. Molden?
Yes, right out the gate.
Well, wait, can I speak to that?
Oh, yes.
Sorry. I know it's so long, it seems like I'm.
So yes, go ahead.
So we heard a lot of passionate discussion or pre-discussion this morning, and I really appreciate the everyone from all over the country who's shown an interest in this. I super appreciate that people drove up here from Delaware to be a part of this discussion as much as possible, and and I know that there's a lot of concern in Delaware. I've heard it. I've had a lot of phone calls, a lot of emails, a lot of discussion, and I can say that almost all of it has been concern about the actions of Will McVeigh and the others to overturn the decision of the convention and take over the party and throw a lot of people out. I have several dogs in this fight. I'm a National Party member. I'm a member of the board here. I am the regional representative for Delaware. I've worked with Mr. Hines from the day after the convention, where he shared a lot of concerns with me, and we've had lots of conversations. And then lastly, as the Credentials Committee Chair, so I'm really looking forward to the convention. So I would like us to be, to consider this. I heard a lot of things this morning, and the things I heard from Delaware didn't surprise me. There was shocking, there's shocking concern that not only were these actions taken by Mr. McVeigh and his group, and I think you all have the background. I don't think we need to do another 5-hour backgrounding session. And I did resend the packet that was sent earlier and the petition by members in Delaware for rectification. There's a couple of concerns I'd like to address. One of the speakers this morning casually threw out, we all agreed everyone agreed at the meeting 3 weeks ago that the actions taken by Mr. McVeigh and others were correct, technically correct. That's not true. Not only did many individuals on this board not believe that, the board made no such determination. However, I'm concerned that our lack of action 3 weeks ago, and I take quite a bit of responsibility for that, but I'm concerned that our lack of action 3 weeks ago de facto it makes people believe what was asserted earlier, that we have supported a particular faction in Delaware. So there's a lot of concern about the LNC supporting one faction over another. This motion, I believe, steps us back from that and encourages us or allows us to step out of the Delaware problem and not take a side and let the members, and by members, I mean registered libertarians in Delaware and people who have taken the time to register with the National Party as national members. In other words, people who were qualified to be voting members at their general convention in June. I would like to allow us to step back and have those people set things right and then us acknowledge how they have decided on that. So there has been a lot of concern about the LNC intervening in state party affairs. I see this motion as the best way for us to not intervene and to let them make the decision. People who say, let them just go to the state convention that Will McVeigh has called and vote there, they can't. I want this to be clear. There are fewer than 30 people in Delaware that Will McVeigh and his hand-selected board will allow to vote at a state convention, unless you show up and maybe beg, and if you're someone that he doesn't disapprove of, then you can maybe vote. I don't think that's an acceptable way to determine state party leadership. I think the way that the state party leadership was determined in June was the acceptable way, and short of recognizing that, which we ought to have done, but that ship has sailed, we need to step back, let the members in Delaware reassert themselves, restructure their party so that this wholesale disaffiliation of individual members is set aside, and then recognize those people so that when they come to the convention, or so that before the convention, I can credential that we can credential them as members, and we don't spend the first, and I'm not making this as a threat, but I'm just saying, we don't spend the entire first day of the convention asking the members of the party at large to do our job, which is to recognize the legitimate affiliate in Delaware. I think that's
Mr. Moman and then Mr. Smith.
All right. I have an amendment to make to this.
Oh boy.
And I hope that it resolves the concerns that I've heard.
Well, we haven't heard any concerns.
Well,
Can we hear concerns before we start resolving them?
oh, you know what? Then I will let other people speak. No,
Sorry,
that's
I'm
fine.
sorry, Madam Chair. That was inappropriate.
So
So
looking, okay. Looking at the list of speakers already, I imagine some are for and some are against. I think I'm going to go ahead and go in the order that I've seen hands so far. Skipping over a moment, Mr. Smith. I have to be wrong, and I have to be Richard.
The best time to handle this situation was when they brought it to the board the first time. The second best time is now. You know, we have 3 people in this room that were unilaterally removed from their positions that they were elected to represent by the majority of their in-state delegates. 1 for charges of being an asshole. 1 for charges of incompetency with no claim or proof whatsoever, and the very professional Dr. Lepore here for what? Did anybody get a reason? I didn't get a reason. No. And now they've removed 2,000 libertarians from being members in their state party, and now they will only approve people that they think are okay. And you think that's like a libertarian thing to do? And they brought this problem to us. They trusted us to take care of it. We spent 5 hours on a call and did absolutely nothing. We left them hanging in the wind. That's not what we were elected to do. So now we have an opportunity to take care of this situation today, make it better in their eyes, let them go back to Delaware, figure it out, and bring us a new proposal. And I hope that you guys will support this, because if you don't, we're inefficient and we shouldn't be in this room anymore. If we can't even handle it. And with the board's indulgence, maybe one of them would like to stand up and let us know what they think about this motion too, if you guys would indulge one of the party members from Delaware.
Madam Chair, I would object to that because I believe we've already heard from them on their position.
Not about the motion.
Are you here?
I would like for Dr. Andrews to stand up.
Well, you had an objection.
That's fine.
Okay, so. Okay, so we have an objection to hearing from members of the gallery. So we'll vote on whether or not to hear from Ms. Lepore specifically?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, all right, all in favor of hearing from Ms. Lepore at this time, raise your hand.
Yes.
Madam Chair, point of information. This is all in favor of hearing from Ms. Lepore at this time in regards to her thoughts on this motion, correct?
Yes, thank you. All right, 15. I'll vote.
This meeting,
Ms. Lepore.
Thank you for the opportunity. With respect,
You're welcome.
Can you come up front so it's easier for us to
Yeah,
hear?
they can't hear you back here, so you can walk.
it'll also be easier because the usually might be finished.
Mr. Chair, where would you like me?
Wherever appears from the microphone.
So, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Delaware supports this motion. And I think I have heard concern myself from a couple of members about some of the intricacies of it. And I think no concern I have heard is a thing that Delaware can't work with. There are some amendments here today. I think what you will see is a team from Delaware who believes that there are 2,100 members of the Libertarian Party of Delaware come together, hold a convention, and let those members decide who is the leadership of the Libertarian Party of Delaware. There is a really good chance, right, that someone who was elected to the board previously may not be an officer. There is a chance that we will be rejected should this team hold one of those conventions. There is an opportunity for the other team, if you will, to hold a convention that is larger than ours. But this is the only way moving forward to level that playing field. And so, if asked if we support this motion, we absolutely do. And we would ask that every member here support it as well. It's the only way to level the playing field and the best way to hear the voices of the members of Delaware. So thank you again for the opportunity.
So Mr. Moen wants back in line. Mr. Nikela, would you be speaking for or against this motion?
For the motion.
Mr. Longstreth, for or against this motion?
I have an amendment.
Monson.
For.
Hagan. Phillips.
Neither.
So, what would you like to do, Mr. Moen?
I mean, I can make the amendment, but, all right, I'm gonna make the amendment. I'm just gonna do it. So my amendment is to alter the first paragraph to read as, the bullet one, the first action.
So in the
number one.
result.
Right, in the result, yes, to read as follows. The National Committee will continue to support all activities, data sharing, and other services for and with both of the claimed chairs of the Libertarian Party of Delaware, subject to the limitations of the law, campaign finance regulations regarding such information, and the requirements of the non-disclosure agreement for access to such information.
Second.
And I also am going to strike paragraph 5.
Second that too.
Okay. I do understand what you're saying. Can you?
I will email this to you, yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
And do we, no, we don't have a report, that's. Yes, all right. And so I will speak to this. The reason I am making this motion is that there has been some concern that what was there before about removing access was a backdoor or de facto disaffiliation. That was certainly not the intent. I know because I helped author it. That was not the intent. And rather than go through the attempted disaffiliation fiasco, the alternative is to give equal access to both claimed factions and still let them sort it out. We want them to sort it out. So the solution is, instead of taking it away, we're going to make sure that both sides have equal access. There was also a concern about asking the Credentials Committee to do anything, because it is a bylaw specified committee, not really a LNC creation. The Credentials Committee can decide to do whatever they would like to do, and so that's, to me, a non-starter. So that is the reason why both of these have been altered, or why I'm proposing this amendment, to resolve the concerns about disaffiliation or backward disaffiliation, and to eliminate the potential stepping over the bounds of what the LNC can do with the Credentials Committee.
All right, so Mr. Molman has made an amendment which alters paragraph 1 of the resolved section and removes paragraph 5 related to the actions of the Credentials Committee. It was seconded. Are there any objections to Mr. Molman's amendment, which was twofold? I'm hearing no objection.
Okay, I'd like to raise a point. And if you could address this, and Mr. Mullen, I know your intentions are completely honorable with this, but here's my frustration. If in fact there is not some sort of penalty action, I believe there is no willingness or desire by Mr. McVeigh to participate in any further going process whatsoever. So if our intent is to actually encourage the two parties to come together, there needs to be some sort of bogey, there needs to be some type of objection, there needs to be some sort of reason to force them to the table.
May the regional rep respond?
Hold on, excuse me.
That was an objection.
Yes, so were you, I'm assuming you were objecting to this amendment?
Yes.
And so now you have spoken to your objection. Mr. Molman, please.
While I certainly understand that in this scenario, sticks may work better than carrots, we also have our hands tied pretty handily by the bylaws, which limits the number of sticks and how they're, how the swatch is used, I will say, or use switch, whatever. Anyway, the point is that at the end of the day, I suspect that if this is not resolved by the time Reno comes around, that the delegates will resolve this in Reno. I have a strong suspicion there'll be a move from the floor to resolve the issue. That will be the stick, because based on, well, I'm just going to let it sit there. That at the end of the day, our body represents the will of the delegates. We were unwilling or unable to decide which faction is which. We've passed a window where we can do any sort of disaffiliation. And as such, our options are limited. My goal is not to keep relitigating this issue. My goal is, I mean, we're talking about, no offense to the people of Delaware, I love you all, but you're less than 1% of the party, and we've spent way more than 1% of our time in the last 2 months on this. So we have to look out for the entire party. So unless they can get their stuff together, then and we didn't do anything, then we're just gonna leave it to the convention body to figure out. That's where I'm at with it. And in the meantime, we'll just treat them equally. The whole point is the staff needs to know how to treat each faction. That's really the goal here. Because at the end of the day, nothing else matters. But does Kara Schultz help out one faction or the other? Does Andy Burns help out one or the other? Which faction gets help? Well, this motion says both get help until it's figured out. That's it.
Ms. Adams, do you want to speak specifically to this amendment?
I do. I want to also remind everybody that there are members, general members, non-board members in question or in exile or whatever, affected on both sides of this. There are general members being represented by both teams, as Dr. Laporte put it. Right? And I'm not looking to screw them in any way, shape, or form. And Pat, I get it, I get where you're coming from about what's the stick. I also wanna remind everybody that the minute that gavel falls at convention, all power in the known universe belongs to our delegates who can do whatever the hell they want. And I support them taking action at that time if this hasn't seen a resolution.
You're here.
I support this amendment, I support this motion. I would like to see us vote and stand together on this and say to the good people in Delaware, all of the members, you are empowered and we're willing to get the hell out of your way. That's what I would like to see.
Mr. Smith, did you see your
Yeah,
guys on the amendment?
I was gonna call the question.
On the amendment.
On the amendment, over the second.
The question has been called and seconded. Is there any objection to calling the question on this amendment? Hearing no objection. Is there any objection to the amendment? Hearing no objection, the motion has been amended. Mr. Wolford, do you have what you need?
I do.
Okay. Back to, who's that? I have Mr. Nikayla next. Longstreth, you are added to the queue.
Boy, what do we start? I just want to say that I think it's a beautiful thing that we have many members in LNC Delaware that drove up to be here today and to be in this room, to be part of this action to take back the membership and represent the membership of their party. I think it's a really beautiful thing, and I think it's very telling who showed up today, who's willing to be here on this. I think it's really important. Last meeting, I think there was a lot to absorb. We had a 5-hour Zoom call. I think we were shooting from the hip. This, I've spoken with members of LP Delaware. I've spoken with Ms. Hogarth, with Ken, with others on this motion. I think it's a beautiful motion that resolves this issue, and quite frankly, I think it empowers us as a board. Sometimes we got to be tough. We got to do something. If we were to ignore this, we're blessing this type of behavior. And for anybody who's looked into the facts of what happened in Delaware and look at what McVeigh and his cohorts did, is they started a coup. And they bent the rules to make it happen, and it's gross, it's disgusting, and it's not something we want to stand for. This brings power back to the members, the registered libertarians of Delaware, and gives them a voice to be able to actually give us a solution. We're not acting to say, hey, this is what you have to do. We're giving them the opportunity to make it right and to choose who they want to represent them. And I think that's very powerful. And are we going to go with the word of over 2,000 libertarians in Delaware? Or are we going to go with the word of 20 to 30 libertarians in Delaware, 3 of which are minors, so 10% of that board can't even vote? Not to mention that they've closed LP Delaware and essentially made it ambiguous as to whether or not who can become a member, what the criteria is. It's clear to me what's happening. And by us stepping in, one other thing we do is we prevent this from happening in the future. God forbid if another state tries to pull the same thing, because we're putting our foot down and we're saying, no, this is not acceptable. We're not going to bless this behavior. We're going to make it right. So I invite everybody to support our members, the members of LP Delaware, the registered libertarians and registered national libertarians, and give them the opportunity to speak their voice and give them that power back. Thank you very much.
You're here.
Is there anyone wishing to speak against? Or against the motion?
I have something to say that I'm against, but I just sort of is, but you asked, so I'm telling you.
Yes, I'm keeping you in the queue then, but Mr. Longstreth, you're next.
It's been said, we need to fix, we need to do what we can to fix Delaware, right? And it has been outlined pretty heavily where the objections are. I'm public enemy number 1 in a lot of ways, because I cited 5.5 in our bylaws, which says we are not allowed to interfere in state business, period, autonomy, hard stop. This resolution, with some continued tweaking, doesn't do that. We're not interfering in the autonomy. And the key word that I see is in paragraph 2 that says, basically, we encourage this to happen. That's huge. Now I'm on board. Now, if we had had that 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, whenever it was at our 5-hour meeting, now
we've got something we can work with. So, I am supportive of this. That said, I do have one problem with the resolution itself, and that is the whereas clauses. I want all the whereas clauses stricken. I believe that the whereas clauses create a situation where we are, in a sense, choosing a side. We are saying that something was done, we don't agree with it, forget it. We start, my motion is going to be strike all the whereas clauses, and then our motion would begin reading. It is resolved, the National Committee of the Libertarian Party takes the following actions, etc., etc., etc. Whereas clauses are not required. They are going to paint it so that it looks like we are choosing one faction or another, depending on how people want to look at it and twist that. We take it out, we keep the meat and the potatoes of the resolution, and we actually are able to hopefully, get this resolved in a timely manner that is agreeable to every person in Delaware. And talking to several of them, I believe that this would still be okay and still accomplishes what they want to do, which is to figure out their own state, which is what I have said we need to allow them to do since the beginning. So let's let them do it. Let's pass this, take out any potential bias from this committee, and get it done.
You're moving an amendment?
I did. I moved the amendment to strike all whereas clauses.
Okay, so the amendment is to strike all the whereas clauses, leaving everything else as already approved.
As a formality, it has been seconded, I will second.
It was seconded.
So is it okay, you couldn't hear you over?
And I already heard objection. Mr. Longstreth, you've already spoken.
I've spoken more than I think I need to. It's there. I mean, if anybody has any questions.
Mr. Ford, I recognize your objection. Would you like to speak to it?
Okay, so I understand the spirit in which Mr. Longstreth is operating, and it's a damn good one. The problem, though, I have to raise this question. At what point do egregious actions by a state become the subject of discussion and, if you will, recognition by the LNC? Are we to neuter ourselves so completely that anything done largely by state, as long as it's, short of literally being felonious or violent, I believe it's important for us to make a statement that a usurper subjugated the will of the body using methods and a philosophy clearly outside of the libertarian movement's governing rules, statement of principles. Do we ever make a statement about anything in this organization? And I say that with love and respect to all of you, because I know your hearts are all in the right place. But are we so worried about, the bylaws are not a suicide pact. We need to make a point somewhere in this document that what happened was wrong, violently wrong, violent in the political sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have, on the amendment, Ms. Adams?
Yeah, so I understand, I believe the motivation for removing this. I'm hearing what Mr. Ford's saying. And I kind of have one foot in each camp there. In speaking with representatives from Delaware who are present, I'm being told that they would be fine with this being stricken. I gotta tell you a couple things that are jumping out at me. We heard Mr. Michaelis say that some of their members are minors. We have had delegates to our national convention who were 12 and 13. You do not get to invalidate their voice because they're a minor. That is inappropriate. Number two, the 2,000 registered voters who are being counted as members. In Delaware, you guys might do that. In Oklahoma, where I'm from, we have 15,000 registered voters. I promise you that they are not considered members of our party. They have no skin in the game. Most of them are anti-Trump or anti-Biden. Most of them come to us for a season. I don't know that that's how it is for you. I just know that that's how it is for us, and that potentially colors my vision on how I see those types of members. So I'm trying to pull that out of that. That's why I checked with representatives from Delaware to see where they stand on this. They're fine with striking this. If we can strike this and move forward, fine. Let's do that.
Commissioner Kayla on the amendment.
Just a quick clarification, their membership rules do state that registered libertarians prior to McVeigh taking over includes all registered libertarians as members of the state party. I want to say I'm very sympathetic to Mr. Longstreth. I would prefer we keep the meat and potatoes whereas clauses in this motion. To be successful in politics, you need two things: thick skin and a black heart. Sometimes you have to be tough. And I think this board needs to put our foot down and say, this is wrong. We're recognizing this is wrong. Don't let it happen again. We don't want to see this. We don't want to bless this. And I think that is an important piece in this motion, because we are here because some people did wrong things and acted in bad faith unethically. And we have to be able to stand up and say, we will not tolerate that behavior. So I would prefer to keep the whereas clauses within this motion. Thank you.
Anyone else seeking to be recognized on the amendment? Mr. Wilbur?
So I'm completely sympathetic to the idea of making a statement. My main reason for wanting to remove the whereas clauses is when we put whereas, we are making a hinge for our actions. We're saying our actions hinge upon these facts. I think it is clear from the resolution of this that we don't approve of what was done and the manner in which it was done. I don't think that's in question. But if later on people want to come in and say, well, you said whereas this was communicated in a proper way, and actually we found that by parliamentary means there's some technicality, that is a vector by which they can attack us and say, you did this based on false information. Take out the whereas, put in what we're going to do, and let each individual decide their own whereas as to why they're doing this, and be done with it.
Which one of you had your hands up first? Sorry. Can I do something real quick? Earlier, Mr. Ferrer brought up the point that as an alternate, we needed to get the body's approval before hearing and speak the way we do with the gallery. It has been kind of our practice for a while now that when we started having alternates at the table, that they would just sort of speak in line with everyone else. But since you brought that up, I just want to sort of get a sense from the body as to, do we need to be getting approval to hear from our alternates right now? I do not personally believe so, but I just want to make that clear before we go any further.
I agree with you.
So,
I liked the new process.
So, with, go ahead, Mr. Dess.
I would just like to speak against the amendment because I believe the second whereas gives clear definition of why we even have this motion. The second whereas says, as Article 5, Paragraph 3 of the bylaws, Libertarian required that the Libertarian National Committee only recognize one state level affiliate party in any one state. Now we have two, so it's important to keep the whereas.
Mr. Longstreth?
I move to amend.
Madam Chair,
Were you going to speak against?
I was going to call all questions,
Oh.
but nobody's minds are being changed.
I apologize.
I disagree. Minds have just been changed.
I apologize. Mr. Nana?
I call all questions.
Object.
Okay. The question has been called. There is objection to calling the question. We proceed to a vote for calling the question. And this is on the amendment. Oh, you did?
First vote
Okay.
is.
So the first vote would be on the amendment, which is to remove all the whereas clauses. And then we will be back at the main motion and proceed immediately to a vote on it. Yes. So at this time, we're proceeding to vote on calling all questions. All in favor of calling all questions, raise your hand. I see 2. Opposed? Okay. We will not be proceeding to vote on all the questions. We are still in the amendment, Mr. Longstreth.
I move to amend my amendment to keep whereas 2 and 3 and only strike whereas 1.
Second.
Brenda, please repeat, sir.
I move to amend my amendment to keep whereas 2 and 3, but strike whereas 1.
The first one. How much time is left?
Time check, I'm sorry, it's a good question.
1:35.
We're at 1:35.
We are at 32 minutes, time has elapsed, Madam Chair.
Move to extend time by 20 minutes.
Second.
Didn't we say we were gonna do this?
No, farther than 2:10. But there was 30 minutes allowed. There's been a motion to extend time for
20
Excuse me.
minutes.
20
that's
minutes.
out of
It has
order.
been seconded.
That's out of order.
No, it's not.
We did the
No, it's
initial
not.
motion, it was to go to 2:10.
No, it's not.
Okay.
It was to go
I
no later than
amended- I
2:10.
amended the agenda.
We did not change the actual time for the item.
Let's not
You
waste
can
time.
still extend time, which is what we're doing now. 20 minutes. It has been seconded. Any objection to extending for 20 minutes? We are extending for 20 minutes. And we were at Mr. Longstreth's motion, which was to strike only the whereas number 1, which was not enumerated, but the first instance of whereas. And that was seconded.
Yes.
And was there objection to that? Any objection to Mr. Longstreth's amendment of his own amendment?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
very quickly before we pass this, I want to make sure we're clear, because the minutes are gonna seem a little weird. I am putting that you amended your amendment to strike, the first 2 whereases, because your first amendment was to strike them, so we're striking them back out of that strike.
Only the first one.
Yes.
Only the first.
Yeah.
Only the first, oh, yeah.
Can you just add?
Yes, I do that every time.
Okay,
Yeah, as long as everybody understands the effect of what we're doing in this particular case. So the amended, if this amendment passes right now, or when we vote on it, it will leave the the 2 whereas instances that start with Article 5.
Yes.
And it removes the first one. Okay. Is there any objection to that? Are you objecting, or do you have something to say?
I just want one brief
Okay,
statement.
hold on. Are you objecting? Because without an objection, we don't go to debate. Because it sounds to me like you're gonna start debate.
Point of order.
Um,
Who is holding the seat? Because only one of them can object. I don't care who talks. Who is holding the seat and who is objecting?
I am holding the seat and I am not objecting.
Okay, thank you. So that is a good clarification for, what we agreed earlier about letting alternates speak, but they don't get to vote. So that's a very good point, Mr. Longstreth, thank you. All right, so there is no objection to this amendment. The amendment passes. So we are now back to the main amendment that Mr. Longstreth made, which now includes the 2 whereas statements, and then everything else under that was already amended. I have Ms. Adams.
I'm sure I call the question.
The question has been called, and seconded. Any objections to calling the question at this time? All right, we'll proceed to a vote. Of course. We will proceed to a vote on, it's the main motion. We're at the main motion, all right?
He had an amendment to his amendment, that amendment
Just
to his
passed it.
amendment passed, so now we're at the amendment.
Okay, so we're at his first amendment.
Okay.
All right, so we're back to the original amendment of the main motion, which now basically makes the whole motion, if it passes, everything without the first paragraph.
And what Jen.
Without the first, yes, which was already handled, correct. Yes. All right,
Okay. I'm going to take a second to catch up and
Request for
then.
information.
Mr. Nicola?
Is this the amendment or the main motion? The main motion. No, we're still voting on the amendment.
It's making the amendment the main motion, is essentially what it's doing. Got it? Okay.
We have to.
And really quickly, who, was it Ms. Adams that called the question?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Epping?
Would it be possible for us to get the final version on
Yes.
screen?
I can read it, I don't have the
Can we send it by email? I'll read it.
Yes, if you could send it to Mr. Hagan, he's got projector access. Will that work?
Cable's long enough if you'd like it. Just go with it.
I don't think that's gonna be very helpful, because I'm typing and things are moving.
Yeah, he's got too much going on with his.
Oh boy, how the ref just sneaked
Okay,
over.
everybody just.
All right, so we are working on getting the motion, as it is currently proposed, on the screen for everyone's benefit. Mr. Molman.
May I propose a 10-minute recess?
5.
10. But really hard 10, for real. Like, we will start at 10 minutes from
Okay.
now to get all the things fixed up,
Okay.
restrooms, nicotine refills, etc.
Do I hear a second? All right, we have a motion to recess for 10 minutes. Has been seconded. Any objection to a 10-minute recess? No objection. We are recessed until 1:50. Yeah.